delay. I don't know why. My iPad didn't want to sign up, and my YouTube should be live. Let's check and see if YouTube is working. Give me a second. Let's see. YouTube. I cannot tell. I don't know. Does anybody else tell? It says casting too. Let me see if I can. I don't know. It says casting too. So hopefully. I mean, I cannot tell. I guess I could go to just regular YouTube and see my account. And last time it didn't. It said it was casting too, but it wasn't. So I don't know. Like I don't. View channel. Oh, yay! It says live. I guess it's working. All right, cool. As long as it's doing what it's supposed to do. All right. Thank you for joining in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry for the delay. We just want to make sure all of our technology is correct. My name is Leo of Cheap Girl Fabrics. I have been a full-time Whatnot seller for next month will be 2 years. I started selling on here about September-ish, I think, in 2024 when I left my teaching job, and basically just went all in on Whatnot. And I wasn't making full-time money starting then, but I was doing full-time hours starting then. I think I started part-time in September and then went full-time October, something like that. But I basically hit the ground running. Right now, 100% of my income comes from Whatnot sales. So, which is not, I would not recommend that. Not because the money is not awesome, because it is, but to have all of my eggs in one basket makes me a little nervous sometimes. And so we're working on trying to expand and have a few more streams of income so that if I wake up one day and something has happened to Whatnot, we can at least have something going and started that we can kind of focus on later on down the road. But as of right now, Whatnot is it. And it's really hard when you're in Whatnot full time to do other streams of income, because the way that you make money for the most part is to go on live shows. And so if you don't do live shows, you're not making any money. And so in order to focus on other things, you have to not have your live shows so that you can work on other things. And when you're not having live shows, then you're making zero money. And so it's a little bit of a catch-22 to be in that situation. But I have no regrets coming over to Whatnot and coming over. I've sold almost exclusively fabric. And I started off one show every week or so, and then I went to very strictly one every week, and then I went to 2 a week, and then I tried to expand a little and try to put some other in where I could. Timber Hill Sew Shop says, agreed. I started on Etsy's 1.5 years ago. Only started Whatnot in April. Now I'm working on my standalone website for a strong future. Absolutely. Same thing. I'm working on my website. It's probably like 75% done. Even if I don't really make a whole lot of sales on my website, it is a funnel to drive traffic to my Whatnot, to drive traffic to my retail location that we're getting ready to open as well, to drive traffic to my Facebook page and group, to drive traffic to my YouTube channel, which I'm also trying to monetize. Just try to bring in a little bit of money in all the different places. So that's the plan. And so this is where we are. And again, I sell almost exclusively fabric, and I became a Premier Shop in April of this year. And what it took to become a Premier Shop was to go live almost every day. So I was like, the more I'm on camera, the more money I can make. I cannot make money if my camera is not on. If I'm not in a live show, I cannot make money. And so I just figured I'd just turn that camera on as much as I could turn it on and try to make as much money as I could. Even if I don't make as much in any given hour, if I'm on as many hours as I can be on, I can squeeze every little bit of money I can out of the Whatnot atmosphere as much as I can. But that leads to another set of problems. So, burnout and not having enough time to do other things and having a life outside of Whatnot, which doesn't exist very much. And so, and now the more shows that we have, the more fabric that we need to have those shows. So that means more processing of fabric, more purchasing of fabric. When we make more sales, that means more cutting of fabric, more orders to pack and cut and prep and ship. And so, absolutely, I can do that. So Sabri Bell, I don't know if I'm saying that right. She wants to see the setup. So let's do it. So right now, where I am recording from is my iPad Mini. So I do not use my phone because I want to keep my phone available to me in case somebody calls me or texts me, because sometimes my shows are 3 or 4 or 5 hours long. So I have this tripod here that is on a stand, and it is a magnetic, and so it holds my iPad. That's where I film from. It's a little messy because I wasn't really planning on, presenting, but I have a lot of people have a laptop, and I was using a laptop for a long time, but I use my Mac Mini that I bought used on eBay for like $50, and it works just fine. I have a big giant monitor here on a stand that I can roll around and move where I need to. This is where I control the, like, I'm not running any shows right now, but I mean, any sales, but I can control the sales here and with my mouse and all that. This is where my Notbot stickers come from. So it's set up. This one is set up specifically for Notbot. It is a thermal printer. And when I'm doing the shows, and if y'all been into my shows before, you see the Notbot stickers just come out, and they have the buyer number, the buyer name, the item, and whatever other information on there. And we stick it directly on the item, and then we put it, into wherever we put it in a stack. And so, and if you want to know anything about Notbot, in the show notes, I am an affiliate now of Notbot. And so if you're thinking about doing Notbot, I would highly recommend giving it a try. There is an affiliate link in the show notes that I've put in there that will give you 7 days free plus 20% off of your first month. And so Notbot has been a game changer for us. Now that's where my little printer stand. Yeah, I think I got this from Amazon for like $10. It holds the little circle stickers under there. And so it just kind of keeps them off the ground. Now, this is like the general, and then I have my little light stand right there. And then normally we have our little box with the prizes, right? The buyer giveaway prizes. And so, and this, my table right here is a up and down table, like a standing desk. And so I can move it up, and I usually stand. I'm sitting during this show, but it does save so much time, Carmen. When I'm doing my shows, I'm standing because I'm moving around a lot. But when I'm doing this talking show, I'm sitting. And then this is just a messy, like I need to clean this up kind of a mess. But this is like all my clutter that I try to keep out of the way. Now, this is all the general Whatnot stuff. My fabric, my inventory, which if you're not selling fabric, won't really mean much to you. But if you're a fabric seller, so my whole Buy It Now shop is located right here behind me, right? So when I'm standing at my table and I'm pulling my numbers out, I'm pulling them out from here. See all the numbers on the boxes? So everything in my Buy It Now that has numbers and letters, they're all located here. So right now we have up to number 50, but we're about to go to 100. And so we start at number 1, go to 50, and then every box has letters. So this will be 32, 32A, 32C, 32D, B is sold out, things like that. So when I'm running my show, I'm showing things on the camera, and I'm pulling it right out of these boxes right behind me, and then I'm putting them, and then when I get done, I put them right back. So this is my inventory, but this is also, if you look in the shop right now, it has 337. It's all of this. And it's growing too. We're trying to add some things, and we're trying to fill out, like you can see a lot of these boxes are more than half empty. So we're a little low on inventory. And so sorry. Yes. Well, I'm doing seller help. So did we get raided? Did I miss a raid? I'm so sorry. If I missed a raid, let me know. Oh, I did. Bad Patty, good things. Hold on. Let me switch here. I'm here. Bad Patty, good things. I missed the raid. I'm so sorry. Thank you. We're here talking about seller stuff, but let me pull up your profile. Bad Patty, good things. Fabric Matchmaker. Oh, how cute. Quilting cotton kits and other sewing related good things and lots of fun is what you get from Bad Patty. I wandered into an estate sale on my way to dinner one night, and well, here we are. Join me as I rehome this and other amazing fabric stashes, plus my own over purchases. Everything is in excellent condition. Grateful that you'll consider shopping with me. I promise we'll have fun along the way. I'm working on ways to get the proceeds of my sales to organizations and people that have need, and we'll make an impact through our craft. Thank you. And so, thank you so much, Bad Patty Good Things, and welcome in, Raiders. Again, the shop is open, so you can make purchases from the shop. We are at $7.75 max shipping, so there's plenty of stuff in the shop that you can purchase from, but we're not doing live sales today. Her next show is on August 18th at 7:33 p.m. Great vintage licensed kits, capped shipping. So make sure that you give her a follow and that you bookmark her shows. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. You need help? Yes, everybody's welcome in. Absolutely. I rated saving my friends from buying. I'm being organized. So yeah, somebody asked me, oh, thank you. Somebody asked me to show them my setup or whatever. So I was showing the setup of the whatnot, and then I was showing the setup of the behind me. So this is basically where I stand when I'm having my shows. You're here to be schooled. Yay! So basically I was just giving the spiel of how I started and how I got here. And you know, I'm probably making things sound like they're really negative, but they're not. I'm trying to be realistic. So I absolutely love what I do. I would not change it for the world. We're growing and we're growing fast. But this is not, this career change was not a way for me to take it easy or partially retire or to like do something on the side part-time. Not that you can't, you totally can. But when you go to do this full time, it's really full time. It's like more hours than I've ever worked in my whole life, but it's fun work, and I get to do what I want to do, and I get to make my own schedule and be flexible and that kind of thing. But it's definitely work, and so like I said, luckily, I love it. Yeah, it is the dream, but then it becomes your entire life. So you know, some of the disadvantages, I'll go ahead and say it, but some of the disadvantages to working from home is that number one, space could be an issue. For us, it's not really as much of an issue because we have a 2-story house, and basically it's the same house on the top and the bottom. So we have a finished basement, and so the whole basement we work out of, and so it's a pretty good size, and we have lots of space. We also have a storage building. We also have a retail shop, so we have pretty good space, but clocking in and out is a little bit of an issue because you work from home and you live at work. And so it's really hard to like clock out physically, but it's also hard to clock out mentally. So just coming down here today to do this is technically my day off, but I do reseller chats like a couple times a month. And so I'm down here in the workspace and I'm like, I could open that box of fabric over there and I could just take it out and I could just do a little work. And I've got 2 new employees that are starting tomorrow. I got to go in there and clean the bathroom because it's just overdue. We've got new people coming in. We got to make sure the bathroom's clean. We got to make sure there's soap and paper towels in there so they can wash their hands. Like, these are things you don't think about when you have employees. And so guess who gets to clean the toilet today after this? Me. And so they did work out. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. I will talk about the new employees that we have in a little bit. And when it rains, it pours. We've been dying to try to hire somebody for a long time and haven't been able to find someone. And then suddenly, like within the last week, I've had 3 people that have wanted to work. And so we'll talk about that in just a minute. It is work, but you're doing it yourself and not for someone. Absolutely. I'm doing it for me and my family, but which puts a different set of pressure on. But like, I can do the things, I can do it the way that I want to do it and not the way somebody else says that I need to do it. So that's nice. Do you sell via other channels or just Whatnot? It seems like it would be tough full-time Whatnot, but that's just me observing. So right now, yeah, I'm full-time Whatnot, but more so that's just a time issue. So we are planning on going to eBay. We are planning on having a website. We are going to open our retail location, a very small retail shop, like 800 square feet, but we've got about 2 more weeks before we're ready to open the doors on that. We're only going to be open 1 day a week. So, but that's another stream of income. But I don't sell on any other platforms right now. But that's not really by choice. That's where all the money is being made. And so we're trying to grow, but it's really hard to grow when like I'm spending 60 to 70 hours working on Whatnot and it's making a lot of money. So you have to do what's making the money. And then if you have any time left over or energy, then, you can sort of expand in other ways. But there's not a lot of time left over and there's not a lot of energy left over by the time we do all of the things that we need to do for the Whatnot. So, but if you're wondering if you can make a full-time living on Whatnot, absolutely. You absolutely can. Even on a small niche, in a small category like fabric. We're a relatively small category compared to a lot of the other ones. There's probably like 400 or 500 regular active sellers here on Whatnot in the fabric quilting category, I would guess. Maybe even less as far as like every week. Um, but I'm making a full-time salary. I'm making enough for the business to sustain itself. My husband just quit. He didn't quit his job, but he retired from his business and put his son in the truck. He was a milk delivery man. So he just hired his son to work delivery in the truck so that my husband could work down here. So this week he's starting full time. My stepdaughter lives with us and she works for me full time. My daughter sometimes works with me, not very much, but when I can get her to come down there and work. I have another part-time employee that was working about 20 hours a week over the summer, but she's a high school student and she's going back to probably 6 to 10 hours a week this after school starts, maybe even less than that. And then I just hired a part-time employee that starts tomorrow. She's probably only going to do like 6 to 8 hours a week. And then I just hired a full-time employee that's going to start tomorrow and she's going to work 40 hours a week. And so hopefully the business is enough to sustain all of those payrolls plus the retail shop and all the expenses that come with that. Now, am I taking a paycheck? Not yet, but we're still growing the business. So you've got so much fabric you can't sew anymore. Well, I don't know how to say your username. Sestibon Vintage. Bon Vintage. I like French. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, if you can phonetically spell it, that would be great. If not, I'm just going to call you Bon Vintage. But anyway, if you've got so much fabric you cannot sew, sounds like it's time to start selling. You need to join us and start selling. Struggling with that. There's always so much work. What a good deal, Texas. Like struggling with the work home balance. My interviews did work out. Guess what? Farrell Fabrics said I did my first show this morning. Sold 10 patterns. I'm thrilled about it. Yay! Farrell Fabrics had our first show today. Yay! That's awesome. And let me tell you what, patterns are a tough sell. Patterns are not something that like everybody can sell. Some people specialize in patterns and they do fine. I sell patterns sometimes. I kind of mix it in, but they're not like my best sellers and I don't make a whole lot of money off of them. So the fact that you started with patterns is brave and the fact that you sold 10 is really good. So I'm proud for you. Absolutely. How do you balance not being sucked into other shows when you know you should be doing family time? I want to observe all I can. I'm glued to the phone. Honestly, because I spend so much time on my own shows that by the time I'm done, I'm a little bit sick of Whatnot. And so watching other people's shows, I just don't have time. Because usually I'm either, when I say I work 10 to 12 hours a day, I literally do. So I'm either folding this fabric and I'm loading it up into the, like I spend 2 to 3 hours loading new listings up into my shop every single night. And about an hour in the morning. And then we do our shows and I have a show from 9 to 12:30ish every day. We are now doing another 1 hour show every day at 1 p.m. We're about to start doing more shows in the afternoons. And then after my shows in the morning, we go over to cutting the shows, cutting the orders to the specifications of people who ordered. Then we have to pack the shows and ship them. And that usually we try to get done by dinner, but usually we have to come back to finish the shipping. So by the time we're done with shipping, it's usually about 7-ish, sometimes a little later. We try to get done about 7. So we stop for lunch and we stop for dinner. And that's pretty much it. And so I don't really have a lot of time to pop into other people's Whatnot shows. So for me, it's not a problem. But um, that's just because I'm so busy. But I understand it. Now, I do get a little bit addicted to watching YouTube videos about other Whatnot sellers and other resellers and eBay sellers and just resellers in general and fabric shops and quilt shops. And I'm a little bit addicted to YouTube. So, mm, you know, but I usually do that like if there's something that I can do that's not during a show. If I'm measuring fabric or if I'm folding fabric or if I'm labeling or doing whatever, I've got a YouTube channel running like in the background so I can kind of put that on. Sometimes I'll have a show in the background, a Whatnot show in the background, but I don't do a lot of shopping on Whatnot because I can't afford I can't afford to. Simply because the prices that I get on Whatnot are the same prices that I sell for. So I have to be able to buy for lower prices somewhere else so that I can sell on Whatnot for the prices that I sell for. And everybody here who's selling fabric is selling fabric at the same price or higher than me. So it doesn't really do me any good to shop on Whatnot for fabric. And unless it's like a storage unit seller that's selling like large chunks of fabric for really, really cheap at rock bottom prices, sometimes I'll pick up a little bit like that. My dad was a door-to-door milkman. Yay! Well, my husband's business, he delivers to daycare centers inside the perimeter of Atlanta, so in the city of Atlanta. And so he goes to daycare centers. Well, not anymore. His son does now. But he delivers all the little milk cartons to the daycare centers for their breakfast and lunch. And so that's basically what he does and what his son does now. So I know when I first met my husband, I was like, what do you do? He said, I'm in retail sales. I was like, what do you sell? He said, I'm a milkman. And I was like, they still have those? He was like, as a matter of fact, they do. So he doesn't deliver to people's homes, but he does deliver milk to, because the schools and the daycares, they're still on the milk program, right? The food program for the state. And so I can call you Sonny. Okay, that's much easier for me to pronounce. All right. I have vintage 30s and 40s fabric. Oh, nice. Like 30s and 40s style or 30s and 40s literally from the 30s and 40s, because that is some valuable stuff. But I will tell you this on Whatnot. How's a good way to say it? It's hard to find the audience that can appreciate the ultra vintage fabrics and are willing to pay the price that they really can command in other places like auctions, like eBay and Etsy, or even Facebook Marketplace. If it's older than like the 70s and the 80s, the value goes way up simply because of its age, especially if it's in good shape. But the people on Whatnot just see it as just old fabric, and they want to pay the same prices in general. Not saying always, just in general. And so, if you're looking to get the true value out of that ultra vintage fabric, Whatnot might not be your target market. This is a good place to buy that kind of stuff and then turn around and sell it like on Etsy or whatever. You do both. Awesome. Yes, we do want it all. So what's the best way to gain more followers? What a great question. And how do I handle shipping? That's the question of the day, because that one is a really tough one to answer. And we're going to talk about it today because I don't know about y'all. I was a shipping expert before all these changes came. And I was like, man, I got this shipping. Okay. I got the shipping all planned out. And all I got to do is put it to the test a little bit. And every time I think I got it down, somebody sticks a little stick into spokes of my wheel on my bike and flips me over. So we're going to talk about that because shipping has me a little frustrated. And I know just about all the ins and outs that I can know about shipping on Whatnot, and it still has me confounded, not flabbergasted, but confounded a bit. So we'll talk about that. So what's the best way to gain more followers? Timber Hill Sew Shops. Sew Shop says, and if anybody else wants to chime in on that, you are welcome to, because everybody has like their own theories about that. I will say this. I only paid to promote in the very beginning when they gave me like a $25 promotion credit. And so I promoted a little bit in the very beginning. So I can't really say whether it helped me or not. After that, I did not spend my own money on promotions. I've heard mixed things. I've heard some people say, oh my gosh, I wouldn't dream of having a show without promoting my show. But I don't think a lot of fabric sellers promote their shows with money. And I've also heard a lot of people out there, just in general, that say when they pay to promote, they feel like they get a lot of bots. I don't know if that's true, but they feel like that they don't get their money's worth back. Like if you spend $20 promoting, you want it to turn into at least $20 in sales, but really more than that. And so most people would probably say they don't feel like they're getting their money's back worth out of it. It's tough to say, but I will say this: I don't use it. I don't use paid promotions. I don't use the boost thing or whatever, or any of that stuff. I'm not real great at social media outside of Whatnot. But I will say, if you are, I do think it can be valuable. Like if you're big, if you got a big following on TikTok or on Instagram or on Facebook, um, promote your Whatnot stuff there and put those links out there. You have an affiliate link out there, so bring people into Whatnot that way. So use your social media influence if you have it as much as you can, because I think that can be very valuable. I have social media and I'm using it a little bit, but I'm not great at it. So it probably doesn't bring in a whole lot. But so I'm not saying I don't use it because I don't think it'll work. I'm old and I'm not, I'm not real great at it. So there's one way. The other way is within Whatnot. Okay. So I really try to use Whatnot itself as a way to bring followers in, right? So the first way I can say is that go to other shows of people who are selling the same kind of stuff that you are. Watch their show, interact, talk, just don't try to promote instantly. Okay. Go into a show and be a friend. Go into a show and interact with the host, interact with the moderators, interact with the other people that are in there. And just kind of, because the more you talk and the more you respond, they're going to see your name come up and they're going to start remembering your name. And then when you see people win items, like if they're running auctions or they're doing flash sales or whatever, when they're picking up items, when you see somebody win an auction and it says so and so won, click on that person's name who won and follow them. Because if they won an item that's something that you will be selling in your next show, then most of the time when people get followed, they will follow back, right? And so just click on people's names. Go into somebody's show for 30 minutes and click on every person who wins in that 30 minutes or every person who responds in the chat. Just click on their names and follow them. Click and follow, click and follow, click and follow, because they're in the same space that you are. They're already active in someone else's show in the same space. They are buying the same items that you are planning to sell. And so they are a captive audience. And then they're going to remember seeing your username up there. And when they see that you're following, they're like, oh my gosh, Timber Hill Sew Shop followed me from the other show. Boop, follow, 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 follow. So that's one way of getting a lot of people. And that is hot leads. Okay, that's the hottest lead you can get. And then next time, if they're following you, the next time you have a show, they're going to get notified that you're on. All right. So there's one way. It might be kind of slow and tedious, but it's the best bang for your buck. All right. Another way is to raid into other shows. So whenever you're finished with a show, here's a couple things to remember. So number one, make sure that you've got your profile, something in your profile. Okay. Type something, and you don't have to type a novel. You can if you want to, but when people raid into my show, I try to read their profile. When I see 79 paragraphs, I'm like, okay. I try to, just hit the high points or whatever, but you don't need a whole lot. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you sell? What do you specialize in? Right. So have something in your profile so that the people can read about you and learn about you. Number two, make sure that you always have at least one more show scheduled. So when you're in your show, you can say, hey, by the way, my next show is on Tuesday. It's going to be this theme. It's going to be at 10 o'clock Eastern. So please go right now over there and bookmark my show. Don't miss it because we're going to be selling such and such. So promote your own show in your current show. So always have another show scheduled, at least one. So when you raid into another show, if that person, not everybody's going to pull up your profile and do all that stuff, but if they do, Or if the people who are in there when you raid go and check you out and hit your profile, they're going to see your profile. They're going to be able to bookmark all your shows that they're interested in right then and follow you. So you'll be able to get followers and you'll be able to get bookmarks. Getting bookmarks is big. Okay. Just because you get 100 bookmarks on a show does not mean that when that show goes live, you're going to have 100 people show up in your show. Sounds great, but it does not work that way. I would say, what would you guys say? I'd say you can probably expect maybe 10%. Like if you have 120 bookmarks, which that hardly ever happens in my shows, but a couple of times I've had a show that I've had to push a few times for scheduling. And when you push, the bookmarks stay there and that the bookmarks kind of build up. But I would say maybe 10% of who's bookmarked might show up from the bookmarks. But it's not just about who's going to show up. It's about, it makes your show look really popular when you've got bookmarks. If you see 3 shows that are going on the same, that are coming up next in the next hour, and you see a show with a bunch of bookmarks, it gives it a little more legitimacy. What's up?
Hi.
Hey.
What's up?
Nothing. I'm doing a seller help show right now. It's my child.
Hey guys.
What's up?
Nothing. I can wait.
Okay. I'm going to be on here for a little bit.
Okay.
Do you have a request?
Yeah, but it's not one that can be
You
on.
can text me.
Okay.
All right. And you probably need to do the dishes before.
I just did.
Okay, cool. All right. I'll check it in a second. So anyway, that's okay. So that's some ways that you can gain some followers. So just be active in the community, pop into some people's shows, even if you don't buy, so that people start seeing your name. We have kind of a small little community here. So people kind of go into the same circles of shows for each other, buyers and sellers. And so the more people see your name in different shows and see you popping up, they'll just start to recognize you. And then when they finally see you doing a show, they're like, oh, let me check out her show. And if you've had a few shows under your belt, I would say at least 10, if not more, then you could maybe start looking into participating in a raid train. So if you get into a raid train, you're going to get some automatic traffic because everybody in the raid train is going to bookmark your show. And then they're going to ask all their people during the show to also bookmark your show. Or if you raid into them, and then when you raid into the next one. So a raid train is another way to just not only to get some customers, but also to make relationships with other sellers. Because I'll tell you, when you have interactions with other sellers, we do a lot of chatting with each other within the Whatnot chats behind the scenes to help each other, to refer people for other raid trains. So make friends with other sellers. And when you help another seller, that seller is going to shout you out to their people in their shows. And they're going to say, hey, make sure that you follow XYZ. She's awesome. She helped me with this, et cetera, et cetera. And so at least within the fabric community, I've noticed, it might not be the same in all the other communities. I don't know. But within the fabric community, I've got some favorites, some favorite fellow sellers, and I'm always talking about them. And so if I'm doing a show, I'm going to be like, hey, if you want to know, if you have got questions about Whatnot as a seller or whatever, go to Draz, D-R-A-Z. Go to Draz. She does at least once a week. She does seller helps on Tuesday mornings. She's an OG fabric seller. She's been around since almost the beginning. She knows just about everything there is to know about selling on Whatnot. She's really nice and helpful. She's very down to earth, and she's got really good shows, etc. If you're looking for Tula Pink or Ruby Star Society, then go to my sister's channel because she sells fabric on here. She is Foxy Mama 1977. She does hers as a side hustle. She has a regular stupid full-time job, and so we call non-fabric jobs stupid jobs. The ones that the only reason why we go to them is because they pay us money so we can buy fabric. But they're not quite as stupid if you can come to the Whatnot shows while you're at work. Then they're a little less stupid. So she has one of those little less stupid jobs. So, and I see a lot of hearts coming up from that. So you know what I'm talking about. So anyway, go to her. And so Bougie Bee is another one. She's a big time seller. She's super, super nice and friendly. And she comes and pops into my shows a lot. And I try to raid into her as much as I can. And she's a bigger seller than me, but she's super positive and funny. And she's the one that told me I already knew about Notbot, but she's the one that was like, girl, if you have not done Notbot, you need to go get it because it is a game changer. And she talked me into, she was the one that was like, convinced me to go ahead and, bite the bullet and get Notbot. And I was so glad. So, you just kind of, you be a part of the community. When I first came in and I heard that, I was like, I'm a loner. I do stuff on my own. I don't need other people. And so, but you do. And you develop friendships with other people, and you find people that are a lot like you that you have a lot in common with, and you just promote each other. Right. So it's a long game. It's not something you can just walk in and in a week or two, you got 8,000 followers or whatever it is. So you just got to work at it little by little. All right. And so we're going to talk about shipping in a minute, but I'm going to try to catch up on this chat and just see what I have missed. How do I get suppliers for inventory? So I'll talk about that. I can't see selling 30s, 40s, 50 vintage fabric in half yards and pieces. Any suggestions? You can't see selling your vintage fabric in half yard. You don't have to sell them in half yard pieces. You can sell them as big of pieces as you want to. I am close to Atlanta, Unladylike Lounge. My husband works in, he delivers in Atlanta. We live right outside of Griffin. Our retail shop is in Barnesville, and we live in Milner, right outside of Griffin, so just south of Atlanta. My dad retired with the company, started just commercial, not door to door. Awesome. How do you do shipping? Okay, so 2 questions on shipping we're about to discuss, and then somebody asked about inventory. I've only used Pirate Ship and sold on Marketplace. All right. I do customize shipping. Yes, I do customize shipping too. All right. I'm scrolling through the chat real quick so I can get caught up. So somebody says they get numbers, not buyers. What doesn't get buyers? So Michelle Ray, Vintage and Crafts, you said they don't get buyers, they get numbers, not buyers. Which one are you talking about? I use social media and put a code in my post so they can save $2. That way I can track my reach. Very good idea. And put your Notbot affiliate link out. Not your Notbot, your Whatnot affiliate link out there. If they're not already on Whatnot, they can get $25 to shop for free. Not even in your show. I've made great friends on Whatnot and found so much support, and fabric sellers all seem to be super supportive of each other. Absolutely. Don't ask to promote on other shows unless the host says go ahead. Yes. Don't just come into somebody's show you've never met before and be like, hey, how's it going? Can I promote? Because people are going to be like, who are you? So, and they might even say yes. If somebody comes into my show notes say you can support if you want to, because I don't really care. But most people who come to my shows regularly, they already know that. And so they're like, hey, can I promote right now? And they already know I'm going to say yes. And so it's cool. You know what I mean? But when it's somebody that I've never talked to before, I've never seen them, they've never bought from me, they've never been into my show before or said anything, and the first thing they say in my chat is, hey, can I promote? I'm still going to say yes because I let everybody promote. But in my mind, I'm like, that was pretty rude. And my people, like my chat people who are in the chat and my regular customers are going to look and be like, that was rude. And they're probably not going to follow you. Do you know what I mean? Like they already know that was kind of a social faux pas. And you're probably not going to get anybody to follow you anyway, because they're going to be offended by the fact that you did that. So yeah, I'm going to say yes, but it's not really going to work. And as a matter of fact, it might backfire on you. It might get people to be like, yeah, no, not her. They're going to think you're new and you don't know what you're doing, or you're not so new and you knew not to do it and you did it anyway. Either way, that's a bad look. I've made so many friends, my goodness, it says, with other fabric sellers and get invited for raid trains, which help people too. Absolutely. Yes. Friends and co-conspirators. Exactly. You fixed your profile. Yay. I put what I'm selling in my profile. Absolutely. You can put your, in your profile, you can put, you can mention your other socials, if you want to. I'm slowly making friends with other fabric and pattern sellers. Very good idea. It takes a while. It's not going to happen overnight. How do you do a raid? So, Sunny, right? When at the end of the show, there's these 3 dots that are on the side of the menu. You click the 3 dots, and there's a little button down there that says raid, and then it'll just pull up some names of people that it'll suggest and put like 10 names to suggest, and you just look at the names and look at how many people are in their show, and you just decide who you want to raid into and select it. It's very simple. It's just a couple of clicks. I would say 10%. Yeah. If that. Yeah. If that. People, if you're doing selling, I will follow you. The 10% thing I was just talking about is probably how many people that are bookmarked that might show up when you come onto your show. I think that's what you were talking about. Tiffany said, hello, Dallas. That's how bad I am behind on the chat. All right. And I am going to answer those questions. I'm just trying to get caught up on chat really quick to see if there's any questions. I have a show to start. Thank you. Oh, Timber Hill. Yay. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. Talking in shows helps the algorithm. Any kind of interaction in the show helps your algorithm. So ask questions. Tell people like how many people weather is so talking about the weather. I don't know why, but people love to talk about it and it's so harmless to talk about. So be like, okay, give me a thumbs up in the chat if you've had temperatures over 95 degrees in your city this week. Okay. And suddenly you've got people in your chat, and that's engagement. Whatnot doesn't care what they're engaging about. They just want engagement. That means that your people are responding to you as you talk to them, and that puts you on the nice list for Whatnot's algorithm, right? Or like double tap the screen, if you've reached triple digits in your city for the whatever, if you've had rain or just, whatever. And see, there's a bunch of hearts on there. I want to eventually get into a raid train. I would say that's a really good way to promote. All right. I do that with vintage crafts and accounting. Awesome. You have a stupid daytime job? I know. Unladylike lounge. I feel you. I used to have one too. My goodness, it says I'm at my stupid job right now. We won't tell your boss. I do Whatnot shows for my stupid job. It's a quill job. Oh my goodness. Well, do it for yourself. But this account is mine for things I make. Okay. We are definitely a tribe, absolutely. And you also get another perspective. Yes, and you're right. My kid does dishes. Buy her a car. Dishes. She only has to do dishes 2 days a week, and we have to tell her 17 times to do her dishes. So usually it's do your dishes, okay, and then she doesn't. Do your dishes, okay, and then she doesn't. And then she's like, hey, can I have so and so? Can I go to my friend's house? Did you do your dishes? No. Okay, we'll do them. So it's a bribe thing. I'm looking to start selling for my sort of stupid quilt job. Should I make a separate account? You can. Some people like a separate account to sell and buy from. If you don't want to, some people just don't like for other buyers to know that they're getting overbid by somebody who's going to turn around and sell it and right back on Whatnot. I don't really care. And so I use the same. I have two, but I just use the same one. If they want to talk and get mad, they just have to, that's their problem to deal with. But I do understand that some people just don't want that drama or whatever. So you might want to. That way, when you come into a show, people don't know who you are as a seller versus who you are as a buyer. So you can totally do that if you want. What should be included in your show notes? So I just get ChatGPT now to write my show notes. So anything about shipping, if you have max shipping, make sure you have that in there. Just how your show gets run. Are you doing flash sales? Are you doing auctions? Are you doing $1 starts? Are you doing 10-second sudden death? Are you selling, what's the theme of your show today? What are you selling? If you allow promoting, if you have any specific rules or whatever. So just general information. I have a stupid day job too, although I like mine. I live in a high cost of living area, so I need another solid income. Oh gosh, I hear you. Faux pas and bless your heart, right? Mimi's Treasure Finds just rated sometime in the past while I was trying to catch up with chat. So, mom of 2 handsome boys, Angela, I got one little gnat that's following me around. If I couldn't thrift, I wouldn't be living. My time is consumed with crocheting also. Oh, I'm glad you have time to crochet. I love to crochet. I just don't ever have time to do it or sew. Her next show is September 15th at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Noritake Takedown, $3 and $5 starts. So thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. We're just doing a seller chat. So the shop is open, but we're not doing active selling. I put bid responsibly and no cancellations. Okay, yeah, bid responsibly, no cancellations. Some people like to put that as a disclaimer. Lots of us take a moment during our show to allow everyone to promote. So best option is to wait for those. Absolutely. A lot of us will be like, okay, while we're having downtime, if you are a seller, promote yourself, tell me what you sell and when your next show is. And so that's a lot of times your opportunity. Before you even ask though, if you're going to go in there, check the show notes. and see, like, if that might be something to add into your show notes, is if you allow promotion or not. I should probably put it in my show notes. I right now have it in my profile. I probably should put it in my show notes too. I don't like when watching other shows that people ask to promote and then they promote the same things the seller has in their show. Yeah, I get it. But most of the time that's what's going to happen because that's why they're there. But you know what? That's another thing to think about. If you're going to promote, maybe promote in some other category. So, but like something that's adjacent. So like go into a junk journal and then promote your fabric. Go into a vintage linens and promote your fabric. You know what I mean? So maybe you're not like direct competition with them. So that's another idea of try to get people to come over. The worst thing in shows when the chat is silent. I always try to help the seller. Yes. And you know, it is hard when you're new and you're nervous and you're trying to talk about the fabric and there's not a lot of people in there and then it gets a little boring and then that's when the host has to be, you have to be able to just talk about anything and nothing. I don't have that problem. I can just talk. I was a high school teacher for 26 years, so I'm kind of used to talking to myself and having nobody respond. So that's a skill I just kind of picked up over time. The most frustrating about the new shipping is what not separates continuous yards on separate labels. I'm going to have to think about that one because I think it did the same thing before. I agree. I'll ask views questions during my show to get conversation going, but they don't respond. I'll talk about a few topics that you can bring up that are very safe that will almost always get responses. I love your shows because you interact with your people. Your organization is epic. Nothing worse than going to a show where they fumble around. That just comes with practice. You know, are you allowed to have more than one sling? I'm thinking you're thinking account, more than one account. Is that what you're asking? Because if that's so, then yes. If someone wants to buy from me at my price and resell, by all means, that's what I do when I source. Right? Everybody's a reseller unless you're the manufacturer or the end user. We're all a reseller in the like we're all reselling on here. A quilt shop is a reseller. So yes, you can have more than one seller account. Yes, but you have to get permission from Whatnot to do it. But I asked them for permission. They said yes. It wasn't very hard. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the chat. Tell me about the shop being open. Okay, hold on. I'm craft and vintage seller, but just like I'm here for fabrics may give me help to do another craft. Yes, same here. Teaching 10 plus years, teaching high school. Yeah, after leaving the district office. Oh, you poor thing. I got out. I escaped. I can talk about anything as well. I talk too much sometimes. Same. But you know, I feel like the people who can't handle me talking too much, they probably don't come back. I've done accounting for 30 years and do shows to get back. Oh, okay. I think I finally caught up to the chat. So, from what I remember, I know I need to talk about shipping. I know I need to talk about sourcing, and and if there's anything else I said I was going to talk about, remind me one more time. Let me talk about sourcing real quick because that one's a short one. If you want to know where I source for my fabrics, I do some new, I do some used. So I go to estate sales. Estatesales.net is my favorite place to look. I just put in the word fabric and I search in my area. I do Facebook Marketplace hauls and I look for people who sell fabric there. I have a couple of secret sources that I've found that I don't share because that's just sometimes we find our little things and that's what we keep to ourselves. And then I do buy new sometimes. So probably half of my fabric now is new. And I just do distributors, like wholesale distributors that have accounts with all the other fabric places. And so I just buy from fabric online. So it's just a mix, right? To do the wholesale or to do the manufacturers, you generally have to have a business license and usually a reseller certificate. And so, and sometimes they'll have different requirements for you. So it just depends on the company. You just have to ask. As far as the supplies, if you're asking me about seller supplies, it used to be before the shipping changed. It was USPS.com. It was all the free stuff. But unfortunately, we don't get to use that very much anymore. And so for the Ground Advantage, as of right now, I'm using Poshmark for some of it. But, your mileage may vary. If you're fundamentally against that and you think it's totally wrong to do that, then just don't do it. But The packaging just says Ground Advantage for the USPS. It doesn't say Poshmark on it. And it's not like they can tell where you got it from. I have a Poshmark account and I just order the padded mailers and the poly mailers from them. I ordered a few boxes. I don't really like the sizes of the boxes. The big box is too big and the medium box is too weird shaped. So we don't really use those. But I sometimes sell on there, but I don't sell very much. I have enough to justify that I have an account. And also they only let you do 50 poly mailers at 50 padded mailers at a time. So if you get 50 padded mailers, you can only get 50 anything else. You can only get 100 pieces at a time, and you can only do you can only order again when your order gets there, and then after, like, I think you can get like 200 a month, and that's it. And that's not enough for us. And so, but we do, I mean, until they tell us we can't anymore, we're using those. And then the rest of them, I'm just putting things together. We're still experimenting a little bit. So I did buy some of my own bubble mailers. They're real expensive though. And so I bought some from Amazon. They're anywhere from 40 to 80 cents each, which doesn't sound like much until you are selling 300 pieces a week. So they're expensive. We also use poly mailers, but you want to make sure you get the thick poly mailers, 2 mil at least, because the thinner ones will just rip. And if you get the thinner ones, you're going to have to double bag them anyway, so you're going to have to pay double. We use 10 by 13 sometimes, but mostly we use 11 by 14 and 12 by 15, I think. And for our large ones, we use a 19.5 by 24. I think that's the big one that we use. So that's basically what we use. And clear tape they don't make Ground Advantage mailers for Poshmark. They just make it convenient for Poshmark sales. Exactly. They don't, those things that we get from Poshmark, they're not really from Poshmark. They're from the post office. They get sent to us from the same place that Victory Packaging. Okay. That's when I ordered stuff from USPS.com and was getting the flat rate stuff, the flat rate paddeds and the flat rate boxes. It was coming from Victory Packaging. It was directly from the postal distributor to my house. When I ordered through Poshmark, also came from Victory Packaging, so from the post office. So it's not like it's coming from Poshmark. It's not like it's coming out of Poshmark's pocket. Poshmark has a deal with the post office. They have a commercial account with the post office, and the post office, through their commercial account, offers the free Ground Advantage packaging. They're just diverting those packages to their users. So it's not like it's coming out of Poshmark's pocket. And the Postal Service doesn't care who uses it, because the post office still gets their money for the shipping label that goes on that package. They don't care whether you sold it through Poshmark, whether you sold it through Facebook, whether you sold it through whatnot, whether you sold it through eBay or Etsy or whatever. You paid for the label. And so they got to use that packaging to give money for the shipping label to the post office. So they're getting their money regardless. So I don't feel like, to me, that's how I justify it. It's different from saying, oh, just use the padded mailers as bubble wrap inside of your packages. I'm not saying that. I wouldn't do that, because to me, that's different. That's not using them the way they're supposed to be used. And that's like getting a whole bunch of stuff for free, and then the post office does not get anything back for that, right? But as far as the Poshmark stuff, I don't feel like whoever the money was going to is still getting to them. It's just getting to them in a different way, if that makes sense. And so ask local stores for boxes and friends to get your boxes. Yeah, and if you're a reseller, you're probably buying a lot of stuff from Amazon. If you're like me, I get boxes from Amazon all the time. Reuse your Amazon boxes. Go to the grocery store. Go to the fabric store. Sometimes you can get cardboard bolt things from the fabric store. So they just put them in their dumpster. So, I mean, you can get free boxes from a lot of places. And then if you run out and you still got to buy from Amazon or buy from Uline. So there's lots of different places. It's unfortunate that you have to spend money on it, but look in Facebook Marketplace or Nextdoor for poly mailers. I found 1,000 for 20. Yeah, sometimes people buy them and sell them off in bulk until you make enough to buy your own boxes. And honestly, if you buy in bulk, you can get them for a lot cheaper. If you buy poly mailers by the 500 or by the 1,000, they're pretty cheap. And then same thing with boxes. You can even buy from U-Haul and from uh, Walmart or whatever. Like they even sell boxes. I'm not saying they're super, super cheap, but if you just need a few and you don't want to buy 50 at a time or 100 at a time, you can buy them singles that way. I do the same for Ground Advantage. I also reuse shipping supplies if they're in good condition. I buy my own from Royal Mailers. Okay, cool. Do you think I should have more than one Whatnot account? I sell vintage, but trying to sell my handmade craft items. I don't know. Tammy Loves Crafts. You could try it. But I can tell you the pros and cons because I have two. And at first I had two because I was just going to do fabric on one and like everything else on the other. And I haven't done a lot of everything else because when I try to do everything else, it doesn't go very well. I've tried to sell clothes and I don't make much money. I've tried to sell media and I don't make much money. I've tried to sell toys and I make okay money, but not a whole lot. And so fabric just seems to be the place where I make the most money. And here's the other issue that I think is the biggest issue to think about. If you want to become a premier seller down the road, and if that's something that you're striving for, right? Then a premier seller has to make a certain amount of money every month or every 3 months, right? And so in order to meet that goal, it has to be on the same account. So if you have two separate accounts, you're splitting your sales. So you're supposed to, in order to be a premier seller, you have to make $50,000 in sales every 3 months. Well, if you made $25,000 in sales on one channel and $25,000 on the other, you'd made $50,000 in sales, but neither one of them is a premier seller account. But if you made them all on the same account, you would be a premier seller on one of them. And so, and if that's not important to you and it doesn't matter, then, but also do you want people to know, do you want to be an everything seller or do you want to be a niche seller? If you really want to be known, like I'm Cheap Girl Fabrics on here, so people know when they come in here that I'm the fabric seller. So it would be weird if I tried to sell toys on here and people are like, where's your fabric? Because people would see me and they'd see my name and they're like, oh, Cheap Girl Fabrics is on. And they come into the show and they're like, why are you selling little people? Why are you selling jeans? Why are you selling Christmas sweaters? I'm not saying they wouldn't buy them. They might, but they're like, oh, she's doing a show that's not fabric. And they probably would leave. A lot of them would leave. And so, because I'm not known as like the everything seller on here, I'm known as the fabric seller on here. So it really just depends. How do you want to be known? That kind of thing. So there's not really a right answer. You know what I mean? You just have to know for yourself. The post office will not give Ground Advantage unless you have a business account and talk to a representative. You're right. But you can get a business account, but you don't need to because if you're selling through Whatnot or Poshmark or whatever, they have the business account. It's against terms of service to have a silent show. Is it against terms of service to have a silent show? I entered a silent show and it felt awkward for a host not to interact. It's a gray area. They don't really want you to, but I've heard of people that do it. I don't know. I don't think you're technically supposed to, but I don't know how much they enforce that. I'm probably not the person to ask. Check terms of service and see exactly what the wording is on that. There might be some workarounds or whatever. Like, what if I'm a mute and I can't speak? Am I not allowed to have a show? I've seen some people that advertise silent auction. They try to do it for fundraiser or whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm not really sure. Check the terms of service for sure. Maybe if we all send messages to Whatnot, ask if they start carrying Ground Advantage mailing supplies. We have all asked and hoped and wished and dreamed, and I don't know if it's going to happen. I save all my Amazon boxes and packing material. Yeah, the only problem is with Amazon, I have a lot of boxes, but I don't ship in many boxes. I don't use boxes much to ship in. I usually save them for my daughter, who also sells on here on Whatnot, but she doesn't sell fabric. She sells other weird stuff, oddities and curiosities and bones and skeletons and other kinds of weird stuff, cool stuff, weird stuff. She uses the boxes more than I do. All my neighbors save their Amazon boxes as well. Right. But for fabric, I don't use a lot of boxes, especially now that I don't have flat rate or I don't use flat rate as much. I need a box. I get it from Dollar General. Good idea. I'm selling in other categories with the same name. So yeah, I mean, it says vintage and crafts. So you could just do what you want. I think selling clothes here is really hard unless you have a strong following. Absolutely. Clothes is like an oversaturated market. It's really hard. There's the big guys and then there's everybody else. And if you're not a big guy, you're not making any money. So I don't know how to become a big guy. If you aren't already a big guy, if I knew, I probably would be doing it. Have you run into any issues not changing default on the 12 by 12 by 12? My USPS says we don't need to, but I'm keeping an eye out. I have not. As long as it's not more than, as long as my packages is less than 12 by 12 by 12, I just keep it there and I don't change it because it's a lot of time. So I just keep it at 12 by 12 by 12. I do change the weight to the same or more as what the package actually is. So now it is a problem if you don't change it and your box is 12 by 13 by 15 or something. Yeah, that's absolutely a problem. But as long as it's less than, I don't change it. And I've heard most people are not changing it, and I haven't heard of anybody having an issue so far. That's why I label my shows. Yeah, that's a good idea. 50,000, that number boggles my brain. It used to boggle my brain too. I was like, whew, I'll never be able to do that. And then I started getting kind of close. And then I was like, maybe I could. And then I will tell you this, my thing's upside down. I get cold and then I get hot and then I get cold and then I get hot. But I will tell you this, when I finally got to that point in the sales was when I started going every day. I started having shows every day. That's when it took me a few months after that, and I finally got to the premier sales goal. And then after that, it was easy because your momentum starts, and then you get at the top of all the being premier makes it easier to stay premier. Getting to premier is the hardest. Once you get there, it's easier to stay there. And so I haven't had a problem keeping it, but I did struggle to get there. And so, but again, I have about 10 shows a week. And so I'm going on every day. A lot of times I'm going on multiple times a day. And again, I have multiple people that work for me. And so I'm not doing it by myself. I would say Premier is, to do it by yourself is definitely not impossible because plenty of people are Premier by themselves. But in this category in fabric, it's hard to do by yourself. You're going to have to work your ass off and just keep on doing it. So I don't know that I could do it by myself if I didn't have employees to make that much, because that's a lot of stuff to sell to get that much. Once I sell my personal collection of vintage, I would like to concentrate on fabric and handmade items. I plan on starting Sew and Chat with Tammy. I like that. That's catchy. There's a brooch show that sells 24/7 silent with just music playing. Don't know if that's within the terms of service, but I won't say for sure if it's not or is. I'm sure they must have checked. But just because somebody's doing it doesn't mean that it's okay. Do you know what I mean? Like, just because somebody's doing a show doesn't mean that it's within the terms of service. It just means that they haven't been caught yet. So I don't know if that is or not within the terms of service, but just because you're seeing somebody do it does not mean it's allowed. You can see people speeding down the road all the time. They don't get a ticket. Doesn't mean it's legal. So my daughter's username is the Velvet Collective, GA. I can put it in here. Let's see. At the Velvet, and she's probably about to be in the next few months. She's going to be Premier as well by herself, but she's in a different category. She sells higher price items. Her average sale price per item is much higher than mine. So there is her. There's also a bigger number of buyers in clothing. You're right. So in your store, the stuff can be bought at any time. Yes, it can be bought at any time. I've tried changing the box size, but it reverts back to 12 by 12 by 12. Oh, that's interesting. Well, then I would just leave it. I don't know how to source enough to make the leap to more shows. That's the issue. That's a hard one. Spiro, are you sourcing now for used or new or both? I change dimensions on every package. I have learned that if you need help with the USPS to find a package, they will look for a 12 by 12 by 12. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So that's something to think about. Becca's Sewing Table says if you don't change the dimensions, like let's say I put in a 12 by 12 by 12 and I don't change it, and I have like a 10 by 12 poly mailer, and the package gets lost, and I tell them that here's the tracking number, please look for it. They're not going to be looking obviously for a 10 by 13 poly mailer. They're going to be looking for a 12 by 12 by 12 box. So that's something to think about and consider. Definitely. For me, it's not enough to change that because my packages don't get lost very often. I'm not saying it never happens, but it doesn't happen very often. And so it's not enough for me to take the time to spend because I have so many packages going out. We do 30 to 50 packages a day. And so I'm not spending the time to do that so that they can spot one package. So, but I get it. but for me, it's not worth it. But take that knowledge and make your decision for yourself. When I go to edit the ounces on the top, it shows the box size, and I try edit it. But are you using flat rate when you do that? Because when you put in the flat rate boxes, it will automatically put those amounts in there and it will not change it. But if you're just doing regular ground advantage, you should be able to type in your own. My goal is to grow, but I still have 1.5 years or 2 at the stupid job. So I figured I could start now. I think that's a good idea, Susu. Absolutely. Correct. See a lot of things that shouldn't be done. Yeah, just because people are doing it doesn't mean it's okay to do it, or it's, yeah, somebody was asking, Braylon's in the house, the Velvet Collective GA. Somebody was asking what your username was because I was talking about you and saying that they should check you out and how we save boxes for you, because I don't use boxes very much, but you do because your items are larger and heavier. So how's it going for you? I'm just doing a seller chat. Your mom told us to follow you. I did. I destashed everything, so now doing it from wholesale accounts, but it feels like a lot up front. It does. Okay, so if you're doing wholesale accounts, Vera, the problem is you're probably buying by flat fold bundles, or you're buying by bolts. That's tough because you got to put up a lot of money for one single print. When you buy a bolt of fabric, it's 8 to 15 yards of the same fabric, so that's a lot of money to tie up for one print. So that is hard. So maybe try some estate sales. Maybe try some Facebook Marketplace. Try some pre-owned pieces. Michelle Ray says, I don't do it that way. Yes, everybody go follow you. Can I check my text, please? Like right now? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh. Oh my goodness. Where is that? That's your spot? Oh, this is my spot in the oddities. Gotcha. Nightmare. Grandma's house, right? So I'll have to do that other thing you requested after this show. Love watching you. Thanks for all the info. Off to the store now. Have fun. Your nose was itching. Doodle deedle deet. Your shop. Yes. Braylon has super cool stuff. Discovered that Whatnot doesn't pay out until Monday on sales made on Thursday and Friday, at least with my bank. Oh, yes. That's another issue. Payout. You have to remember, before you get 1,000 sales, you will not be able to get your pay released to your bank until after the item reaches this customer. And then after you get 1,000 sales, you can request the payout, but it's not going to get to your bank for a certain number of business days. So she's here to beg the Bank of Mom, for a loan until Monday. See how that works? Luckily, you just paid me back recently from your last loan, because if that had not happened, then this one would have had to been a no. How did you prep your fabric prior to your sales? From buying to selling, what's the process? That's a long question. I will address that one. That's why I have to hire so many people. That's our biggest bottleneck in our company is we call it processing fabric. It's processing fabric. So I'll definitely tell you about that. But that's why we're having to hire people, because it's holding up the process, right? You're at an antique store currently. Yay! Who covers shipping? On Whatnot, the buyer covers shipping unless you say that you'll cover shipping. And I don't recommend that, but normally the buyer covers shipping. What were the few questions that you asked to get people to interact? Okay. They release it, but it won't hit my bank until Monday. So having a pretty hefty balance just sitting here. Oh, so you need me to do it right now. You're going to go source now. Sunday is a source day for me. Have show. Don't forget about me. If you don't get to a payout, where's the money come to pay for shipping? Oh, so the shipping money comes from out of Whatnot. Will take it out of the sales that you made. So even though you haven't received the money yet, Whatnot will use the money that you made on the sale, even though it's not in your possession yet. They'll just pull it from the balance and they'll use it because it's Whatnot's shipping account that is paying for the label. So they'll just access the balance from that you made on that show, and they will pay for the shipping out of that. And they'll subtract it, and then you will never even see that money. So you never get it, if that makes sense. All right. All right. So some of the things that you can talk about, because I know I got to talk about shipping too, but that's such a long topic, and the processing of fabric. I know I got to talk about those too, but those are so long. I want to kind of cover the small questions first, and then I want to get into the big stuff. So a few things that you can talk about that get people talking. This is from my perspective, because I don't really want to pull in politics. politics and religion, because people love to talk about that, but I am not about to piss off half of my potential customers because I talk about some politics. Because no matter which side I fall on, I'm going to piss off half the people in the room, if not more. So I don't want to talk about that, and I don't want to talk about religion. And most of the time, people who come into Whatnot to these shows, they come here because it's a friendly, easygoing place for us to forget about all the stresses of the nation and the world and all the shit that's going on outside that we are always arguing about and talking about. And like, let's not bring that here. You know what I mean? So this is like the place to just talk about all the other stuff. And so we stay away from that stuff. But believe it or not, you talk about the weather, you'll get a lot of people answering back, because right now everybody's in a dang heat wave, and everybody wants to talk about how hot it is in their town. Oh yeah, well, it was 102 at mine. Oh yeah, well, we got 107. Oh yeah, well, last week we had 5 days in a row it was 112 or higher, and the heat index is 117 or whatever. So everybody talks about the weather, how much rain they got, if the hurricane affected them, if they had a tornado, the last time so and so, so and so. Weather is just a big topic. It's harmless, and people always want to talk about it. And so it's really sad to me when people come into a show and talk about their tragedies, talk about killing a vibe. They don't mean to. I try not to be mean, but I hear you. I don't care what side you're on. I still love coming to talk with you. And see, that's the way I want it to be. Because I know that everybody has, their opinions about all that other stuff. But I really don't. I'm not saying I don't care, but like, I love everybody to come in and we have a good time and we laugh. And outside of this, we might have vastly different political views or whatever, but I don't care about that in here. You know what I mean? This is not the place for that, and so I don't bring it in. And sometimes Ink and Ledger, we have come up, so there's been some sad topics a few times, and it's gotten a little bit, but it's just in the natural course of conversation. And then we usually kind of turn it back around and try to find the bright side of things. So it has gotten kind of heavy and deep and sad a few times, but it's not like oh, woe is me, let me tell you all my problems and please feel sorry for me and buy more stuff for me because I'm having such a hard life kind of thing. It's not ever like that. And I think that people who do that suck. Like, just because when people come in and talk about all their problems and why they need to make these sales, like, everybody you're asking for money from, they also have their own set of problems. And so they probably need to do something with their money too. So that's how I see that. But anyway, so weather, children, okay? Whether you have them or not, you either have them and you have many stories you can tell about them, or you know somebody who has them and you can talk about your stories with them. Or you can talk about when you were a kid and then how you treated your parents, right? Because raising children these days is tough, especially if you have teenagers. You're like, teenagers, am I right? And then let the chat go. And I don't have to really do anything else, right? So talk about the kids, talk about, pets. Everybody loves to talk about their pets. Be like, who in here's a cat person? Or are you a dog person? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're a dog person. Give me a 2 in the chat if you're a cat person. The reason why I said 2 is because 2 means poop, and I'm a dog person and I don't like cats because they poop in the house or something, right? I like cats on fabric, but not in my house. And I might have pissed somebody off when I just said that, but right? So I'm just saying, like, talk about unless the pet just passed, another vibe killer. Right? But then somebody's going to be like, I had my sweet little so-and-so and he went on the Rainbow Bridge. And then everybody's going to like do a collective hug. And we'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And I remember when my dog, blah, blah, blah. And it can be kind of a vibe killer, but I try my best to try to, turn it around and then like move over into the more positive direction. So it's going to happen sometimes, but a good host will just kind of transition and segue into something else without it making it sound like you don't care, right? Give it a little bit of time and find a way to do a silver lining comment and then talk about something else. And next thing you know, nobody's thinking about it. They might be thinking about it, but like most of the time people appreciate that you didn't stay down there in the muck all the time for too long, right? The vibe killer. And so talk about that. Somebody else said traveling. So talk about traveling. Ask if anybody's ever been to XYZ. Ask if anybody's seen such and such and so movie. Ask if anybody has gone to some other, area. What's your favorite place to go to travel? When's the last time you were able to take a vacation? We talk about this. Like I said, we talk about stupid job, right? That's our little term for our like regular 9 to 5 job. Who in here has a stupid job? Who in here is watching from your stupid job? Because we won't tell your boss. Who in here is anybody a nurse? Is anybody a teacher? Is anybody a salesperson? Is anybody who works from home? Who works outside the home? How far do you travel to work? I mean, these are so simple questions, but people love to talk about their lives. People love to be included and talk about themselves and to be asked about it. And some people just can't resist, when they have something to add to the conversation, they will usually add to the conversation. You know what else? Talk about your fabric. I'm fabric, right? So maybe you're not fabric, maybe you're clothes or whatever, but like find a way to ask people, what is your favorite color shirt? What is your favorite genre of music? Whatever it is you're selling? Ask people what their preferences are. Who has a collection of blah blah blah, or who in here has no business buying more records when you've already got so many records at home, but yet you're still here buying, or whatever. Make a joke out of it. Who here has to sneak their packages in when their husband's not looking and put them in the closet so he doesn't know all the packages that they've ordered when they come up on the front step or whatever? Just kind of make light of a bunch of things that are situations that we've dealt with before, and then ask anybody else, has anybody else been through that? And so I'm a solid buyer. Does everyone get asked to send their license to Whatnot for verification? For buying? I don't remember that. I don't know. KTAL, exactly. Be relatable. Because 9 times out of 10, whatever it is that you're going through in life or that you've been through in life, other people who are in there have also been through something similar or can give you another example of something that has happened. So just pick stuff that's like, not polarizing, general stuff, because we all have stress about health, kids, money, jobs, pets, weather, transportation, and probably a couple of other things, right? And we just cycle that around over and over and over. Then we start getting inside jokes. And then we have certain pet names for things. And then people who are there a lot know that my certain quotes that I say and my certain little songs that I sing. And we talk about the music stuff. I play music in the background. Somebody will be like, oh my gosh, I love this song. And then we start talking about 80s music or 90s music or rap music or country music or holiday music, or who grew up looking, what kind of lights do you like for the holidays? Who likes the big fat lights and who likes the real skinny lights, and who likes white lights and who likes the colored lights? And they're so simple, but they are conversation starters, and they will get people, because people will be like, oh, I like the big ones. Oh, I like the tiny ones. Oh, I like the twinkly ones. Oh, I really like all the white, but I used to, no. Well, what do you remember when you were growing up? What's the one thing that you remember the most about the holiday time that is a memory? What did you do with your family that's the biggest memory of holiday time when you're growing up, or something like that? Then you get to nostalgia. Nostalgia is big. Who all is a Gen X? Who is a boomer? Who is a Gen Z? Who is a millennial? And then they love to talk about their generation. Okay. And the shows. What was your favorite show that you watched on TV when you were growing up? What was your favorite cereal? Just all those types of things. These are like real simple things, but everybody has a preference. Everybody loves talking about nostalgia and things that bring back cool memories of their childhood, and they want to talk about it. Everybody wants to outdo each other, or everybody wants to be like, oh, me too, me too. Everybody loves a me too issue, not the kind of me too that I'm talking, not the other kind of me too, but just like the regular me too. And sometimes we take field trips, and so I'll turn on the camera and I'll walk around and say, hey, check out what we just got yesterday, and that's going to be in the show tomorrow. And here's the little stack of stuff that we brought in from the fabric haul or whatever. If you're a fabric seller, love to see what everyone's making. Absolutely, Mindy. I didn't even think about that. What do y'all make? Who makes bags? Who makes gifts? Who makes pillows? Who makes clothes? Who makes quilts? What kind of quilts do you like? What's your favorite quilting? What's your favorite binding method? Who binds by hand and who binds by machine? What's your favorite machine? What's your favorite machine maker? Who's a Janome person and a Brother person? Who likes vintage versus modern? Who does commercial or computer versus manual? You see how there's just a plethora of things that you can. If you can do an A and a B, choose a two things. Are you a this or a that? And people will either say this, that, and if they're neither, they'll say, I don't like either one. But choose who's a chocolate ice cream person versus a vanilla ice cream person. You don't have to name 17 other flavors, because people will either say vanilla, chocolate, or somebody else will be like, I don't like either. I like strawberry. Somebody else will be like, I don't like ice cream at all. I hate ice cream, or whatever. It doesn't matter what they say. It's just you get that going. You get the conversation going, right? There you go. Peanuts are plain. Somebody else is going to be like, I'm allergic. We're like, dang, that sucks, because peanuts are great, or something, right? And ask them to do something. Don't always ask them to respond in words. Double tap the screen if you're a seller already. If you've already started selling, double tap the screen. Okay, look, going. Or I could have went the other way and said, double tap the screen if you are here, but you still haven't had your first show yet because you're too scared or nervous or not ready. Okay, more. All of that double tapping the screen and all that's engagement. That's what Whatnot wants to see. That's going to put you on Whatnot's naughty list. Nice list, and keep you off the naughty list. Whatnot wants to see engagement in your chat. They also want to see you selling stuff, but like, if you got a lot of engagement, then that's what's going to keep it going. And that's what's going to keep people in your shows. I have people coming in that say, I have shows almost every morning. Monday is the only morning I don't do shows, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I have a 9:00 show, unless I'm running late. But, people come in and between 9 and 12 Eastern, and they know I'm going to be on, and they know I'm going to be talking about something dumb, or I'm going to be singing some dumb song, or I'm going to be on my soapbox talking about my ADHD, or talking about my menopause. Oh God, there's another one. Double tap the screen if you're in menopause. Right? Or whatever. So nobody's double tapping the screen. Oh, okay. Somebody's double tapping the screen. Okay, right? But somebody's going to come in and listen to me talk about my menopause, my ADHD, my kids, my donkeys, my dogs, whatever. Right? And it's a lot of times it's the same stuff over and over again. And then sometimes it's something new, but it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. I quote a lot of movies. I'll be like, bonus points in the chat if you know what movie that quote just came from. And so nobody's getting anything for real, but somebody's going to be in there and they're going to guess, and I'm going to call their name out. I'll be like, yes. And they're going to get a bunch of attention, and they're going to be like, yep, I knew it. And so connection with the host, connection with other people in the chat, that is important to other people. That's half the reason, if not more, that they're here. And so if they're coming in here anyway, and they're just here to chat, or there's one person, I don't remember who it was, said, I don't do a lot of buying, but like, I don't listen to the radio in the mornings. I have my coffee and I come in here and I chat with you. Like, I come to your chats in the mornings because I just it's like I'm the radio host or whatever. I don't really talk about the news a lot, and it's a lot of the same things, but it's familiar. We have a good time. It's very lighthearted, and eventually they don't buy every day, but they're going to see something that they like, and they're like, oh gosh, I have to have that. I have to have that. And they're going to buy it. So if they come in 4 days and they only buy 1 day, that's okay. Because even if they're not buying, they are engaging in the chat, right? They're keeping me entertained. They're giving me something to talk about. They're giving other people to respond to. So they're keeping the chat going. So they're helping with the engagement. They're making Whatnot happy because I'm getting more engagement in the show. So even if I didn't make a sale with them, I gave them, some entertainment for a while. They gave me some entertainment. They gave each other some entertainment. And eventually, hopefully, they're going to buy something. And if they're in another show or they're talking to somebody else and somebody says, where can I get such and such? They might, they might tell other people about me. They might be like, oh, you got to go to Cheap Girl Fabrics because she XYZ. She's funny, or she's on all the time, or she has good fabrics for, we have good fabrics for decent prices. We have fast shipping. We have really good packing, and I'm an honest seller. So if there's something on the fabric that I notice, a stain or a smell or something like that, I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to lower the price for it. If we make a mistake and we give you something that you didn't get, or if we, short you on fabric on accident or whatever, we're going to make it right by double at least. And so people know that about us, right? There's a lot of other sellers out there that sell the same kind of fabric that I do, probably at the same prices. But we're honest and trustworthy, and we ship fast, and we have fun while we're in here. And so nobody's going to get embarrassed. Nobody's going to get shamed or guilted for not running the auction price up high enough or whatever. Like, nobody's going to get a lecture about political stuff. Like, we just don't do any of that stuff. We're lighthearted, and we just have fun, and we're just trying to like forget all the problems of our lives when we come in here. And so I probably talked way, way too long about all of that, but hopefully you got the idea. What I just did is pretty much like an example of how you keep it going, right? Because everything that I did, I showed you an example, and I got people to talk, and I got people to respond, and I got people to put hearts in the chat and their own little things. And here's another way. There's new points, right? How do you determine your start price, especially on new goods? So that is something you get a feel for over time. I started off really, really cheap because I was selling my own stash, and I wasn't really planning on staying here and doing it for a long time. So I was just selling it for like $2 and $3 a yard. And of course, people loved it. And then when I started buying again, it depends on what you pay for it. You have to you have to cover your cost plus your labor plus your overhead plus your profit margin minus the fees that you're going to make. So it depends on how much you buy it for. I try to get at least double, but I don't always. And so anyway, and then you kind of get a feel for like what you can move it for fast. And are you willing to move? You want to move it fast and you lower the price, or are you okay with holding on to it for a while and getting a little bit more for it? And then another way to make more money is not necessarily to charge higher prices, but to find better prices on the tail end. A lot of times you make your money on the buy, not on the sell. If I find stuff cheaper, I can charge the same price and still make more money. Does that make sense? So I was going to say another way for engagement is that all these new points, like people have these things on their screen or whatever. And when the new points came out, I was like, oh my gosh, look at all the stuff on the screen. It used to be just hearts. Like mine is a pink W balloon. What else is there? And I'm like, oh, I see a guitar. I see some fire. I see a rainbow. I see a yellow W. Is that a crown? I see a crown. Like I start saying that, and then everybody's like, look at what I got. Look at what I got. Look at what I got. And they're all putting their stuff in there because they've spent their points money on this thing, and they want to show off what they got. I'm like, oh, I see a cry face. To me, it looks like a frog, but I saw a guitar that a lot of times I thought it looked like something else. I don't know. It was tiny and it looked like fire. But anyway, that's another way to use the engagement. And so now it's time for the serious talk, and that is shipping. And processing. I only usually get 1 to 2 people, and that's never any chatting. All right, so you just have to finding treasures. Here's what I would do. And this is what I had to do in the beginning if I get the 1 to 2 people. So your first instinct is to just sit there and look up there and be like, oh, I see a 1 up there, and I know that 1 is me. And so you just sit there. And then when somebody comes in, you're like, oh, hey, so-and-so. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome in. What do you want to see? Well, I'm doing so-and-so. And then they're like, and the person who just came in is suddenly like, oh, no. Like they're on the spot, right? Don't do that. Sorry. Here's what I'm going to show y'all a little. We're going on a field trip while I'm talking about this stuff. So what I would suggest to do is, even if you're the only person in the show, yes, talk to yourself. So talk to yourself and have a conversation so that when somebody's coming in, you're in the middle of it. And then they can just come in and they already think that you're having a conversation with somebody else. So don't wait until they come in and then start talking. Just talk. And you already said that. So talk to yourself So just keep on talking to yourself, and then ignore the stain. The stain came with the house. I don't know where it came from, but it's just been there. All right. So somebody asked me, and always run something. Yeah. Have something running, even if nobody's in there, so that when they come in, you look like you're just, yeah. Well, you're feeling squirrely, but if there's nobody in there, then what do you care? Then nobody is there in there to think you're squirrely, right? So somebody was asking me about my process. And so I'll give you a little bit we're getting a little more cleaned up here. We're still working on it. My years of talking to myself is paying off, right? here's the table where Charity sits. She does our loose change. She makes our loose change. These are our scrap bags. So she takes all the scraps and she makes it this. And we call ourselves the hot dog factory of fabric, because when it comes in, we start with yards, then we go to half yards, and then we go to fat eighths and fat quarters, and then we go to scraps. Like, we sell the fabric in any way that we can get to it. And everything has its place. So you can see over here, she's got, I don't know exactly her system because she has it made up, but she pulls the scraps from here and separates them in a certain way. And then she weighs them and that kind of stuff. This, I think, is also her scraps that she's going to be pulling from. This stuff is ready to be processed in whatever ways. This is like how it comes to us in the mail mostly, or in an estate sale or whatever. And it's just, we're separating it here by type. So we're separating it by quilting cotton, apparel fabric, and home dec. And so once we get it separated that way, then we can separate it and process it. Like, we measure it, we fold it, we label it. Right now we're taking all of that and we're putting them in these bins like this. If it's purple, it's apparel. If it's orange, it's home dec. And if it's pink, it's quilting cotton. And so this is like back stock that we're going to put into our storage shed, and we're going to run that. This is just stock that we have. We're still in the process of, like, we're not ready. We're not complete. We're not completely set up. Does that make sense? We're still growing and we're still trying to figure it out. What am I doing here? Right. And so, like, this week, we're going to be cleaning this whole thing up and putting shelves up here, and we're going to have shelves. So this is a work in progress, right? So you were asking about my process. It's not perfected, but it's getting there. This is where the fabric goes when we finish processing it, and this is what we pull from to create our shows. So auction shows, flash sale shows, this is where we pull from to put it in the shop and run our shows from it. So this is kind of like, this is ready to be put into a show, and we just kind of choose from it. This table here is where Aaron and my husband work. Aaron, my husband, process fabric and to get ready to put on the wall. And this is also where they cut the fabric after the show and they cut it to orders. And so these are just IKEA Kallax. This is just a Home Depot melamine table. And then we've got our little cutting board over there. And so this is all like discolored and fabric that needs to be looked at. It's not perfect. It's like seconds. And so I need to go through that and figure out what we're going to do with that. Well, this is just one room that we work out of. So we're going through our process. And again, not everybody has a whole basement, right? But we're a full-blown 100%. And so this is a lot of stuff that comes into the mail that we need to pull from. It's all pieces of fabric. This is stuff that's like a lot of non-fabric that's just kind of like from estate sales and stuff like that I wasn't sure what to do with. So we're trying to figure out how do we organize this. A lot of this is going to go to our retail shop. So my husband is also getting ready to start doing t-shirts. So he's going to make t-shirts over here. We got our t-shirt press. We got our other press. We got our vinyl printer cutter. We have our embroidery machine. So we're not doing anything with it yet, but that's down the road. A lot of our fabric looks like this. You want the sewing books? We have 1 million of those. And then at the very end of the process, this is where we pack and ship. So another table set up, basically the same thing. You can see this is one of our favorite ways to do things. And so one person will stand on this side and pull up the orders and print the shipping labels and weigh it. And the person on this side will pack it. Right. So we used to have all these to use, but now we don't use these very much, but we have plastic bags. We have poly mailers. We just got these poly mailers in a different size. Oh shoot. We missed those packages. Holy moly. Those are supposed to go upstairs and go out yesterday. We missed those. So guess what? Those will have to go out on Monday. We picked them all up over here, and then my husband shoved them in there, and I guess we must have forgot to take those out. Okay, so I'm glad I came in here and looked. So those will go out tomorrow. Anyway, and then this is this kind of goes along with Knotbot. Okay, so if you're thinking about using Knotbot, again, in the show notes I have my affiliate link for Knotbot, and Knotbot will assign a customer number The first person who orders a piece gets the number 1 on their sticker, and then a number 2 and number 3. So we have all these numbers here. So there's 15 on this one, and sorry about the bathroom. There's 15 on this one. And so as we cut and do orders and stuff, we will put these in there. Every box is a customer order, right? And so we'll put these in there, and then these are on wheels, so we can wheel these out to the cutting table, and then when we're done, we wheel them in here, and we pull them to ship the orders, right? So this has been a godsend, and these numbers correspond with the NotBot stickers, and so we don't have to worry about names. We just go by numbers, and it's very easy to remember who goes what. The Ground Advantage packages comes from Poshmark. So these are the large boxes. These boxes are the medium boxes. And then we did have those brown padded mailers, but here's one left, but we ran out, and we're waiting for some more. So we get these from Poshmark for free. And then we get these poly mailers for free from Poshmark, and they're very thick. And they're pretty big. They're very, very thick, and they're a pretty decent size. And so we get those also from Poshmark. So anyway, so that's mostly our process. You know, there's a few other details and things, but somebody asked the process, and so it's still a work in progress. You know what I mean? It's not perfected, and there's just a lot of mess, but we're trying our best to perfect it, and that's why we just hired 2 people to help us to get everything. You're hoping to be able to order from the post office soon? Absolutely. So anyway, we just hired 2 new people, 1 part-time and one full-time, to help with this process, to make it cleaner and more streamlined, and to process more fabric, and to have more, to be able to have more shows and have more fabric ready to go, and to be able to pack and ship more, right? I'm going to sit back down here. Okay. So hopefully that gave you a little bit of an idea. And I am revealing, like, we got stained carpet, you know, we got a lot of junk in different places that needs to be handled, but like the parts that we're actually working from are fairly organized, and the rest of it is just a work in progress. So we're trying our best. Let's see if I can show you this without showing any personal information before I turn it around. Yeah, I think it's okay. So I have this is from last week, so I have to do next week, but like, we keep our show schedule over here, and everybody's work schedule is on there too. And so that kind of helps keep us on track of what's going on for the week. So like if somebody has a doctor's appointment or some other appointment, we can put it on there and know what to expect. And so hopefully, if I missed any questions in the last few minutes, please ask them again and just put a question mark behind it so that I can keep up. Because if I go back and try to catch up to all the chats, I'll take forever. So now I'm going to talk about shipping. We've only been talking for 1 hour and 40 minutes, and I'm finally just now talking about shipping. However, it's because it's a big conversation to have, and it's a little frustrating, and I wish I had some like specific answers. Sunny wants to know if anyone else had to submit their driver's license to be verified as a seller. I don't remember. I don't want to say yes or no because it's been 2 years since I became a seller. I don't remember. Does anybody else remember if they did? Feral Fabric said yes. And I might have, I just don't remember. Okay, so it sounds like yes. Everybody said yes to sell. Okay. All right, so as far as shipping goes, I wanted to be able to I have tried a lot of different settings on shipping because I thought I could just have like the perfect shipping settings that I could say, if you sell fabric, do this, 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 and this, and you're good, right? And it will always work. And I have found that with the new shipping settings, that is not the case. All right. I have found settings that will work for the most part for most people who sell fabric. And like the 1 to 5 pounds is simple. It's simple to do. It's simple to figure out. It's not really a lot of it's not complicated, to be honest, not to me. It's the over 5 pounds, okay, that is tripping everybody up. And to be honest, I don't think that there is like a one size fits all, even for fabric sellers. I don't think there's a one size fits all for myself. There's like 2 or 3 different ways that I have set up my shipping settings and my custom shipping profiles that I'll set it up and I'm like, yep, this is going to fix that problem. And then it'll fix the problem that I'm trying to fix. And then I'll realize that it breaks another problem. It causes another problem. So then I'll find another setting and it'll fix that problem and then it'll break another problem. So I have yet to find a set of shipping settings and custom shipping profile that will solve every problem and give me the least amount of money out of pocket for my shows, for the over 5 pounds or for the under 1 pound or for the buyer giveaways, right? So unfortunately, I can tell you everything that I have gone through, all the things that are in my mind, and I can give you some settings that will pretty much give you probably the least likely, like the least amount of money out of pocket if you're selling fabric and quilting fabric, especially. And then you can take it from there. But I can't find how to figure out where my shipping expenses are coming from. Do I really have to look up each sale to find it? As far as I know, I haven't figured out another way to do it. Somebody else might know. I have not been able to figure out another way to do it. So when you pull up your show at the end of the show and you're pulling up all your people's orders, first of all, I know you can't find it on the app. It's got to be on the computer. So when you go to the computer and you pull up the whole show and it says shipping spend like the other day, the last show, $7.75. And I was like, damn it. Like that sounds like a package, a whole package. So I got to figure out who the heck did it, how did that come? It was probably one charge for one package. So I went and opened up every single one and it was 0, 0, 0, 0 until I got to one and it said $7.75. And I was like, why did I have to spend $7.75 on this person's order? Because their spend was 0. I finally realized, but no, I have not figured out. There might be a way, but y'all might know, but I haven't figured it out. I do go online on the website instead of in the app and you can see a lot more individual things there. Yes, but she was trying to say like the other day I had $8 in spending, right? I had to spend $8 in that show out of pocket. In order for me to find out where that $8 came from, I had to pull up every single person's order and look down and see, oh, there was $1. Oh, there was $1.50. Oh, there was another $1.50. Oh, there was another $1. I could have just pulled them all up at the same time. I had to pull them up one at a time. So if there's a way, which there may be, I haven't figured it out yet. Some people I see are having problems or putting the weights in incorrectly. I should not be paying $5 or $6 shipping for the first fat quarter I win. So Dawn Olivia, that's where I am right now, right? And so this is where you have to decide what's best for your customer, what's best for you, and try to find the balance. Okay. And that's where I'm at. And, you got to decide if it's going to hurt your sales or not. Okay. So what I have decided to do is I have decided to preload that first piece of fabric so that the first sale is $6.75 in shipping. So when you come to my show, I'm not saying this is what you should do, but this is what I have decided to do. And I can give you the reasons why and everything. You can start off your first piece at 3 or 4 or 5 ounces or whatever. And then incrementally, it'll add another $1 and another $1 and another $1 until it gets up to a pound. But I have decided not to do that because preloading the weight in the front eases my shipping burden in the back, right? It allows me to access more of the shipping, adjustments, right? Adjustments myself for the larger buyers. So what I have done in a nutshell is I have decided to cater to the people who buy larger orders or pay more money for orders than to cater to the people who want to buy 1 or 2 pieces. And so, because you're going to have to cater to one or the other, right? You're not going to be able to cater to both. You're either going to be able to make it to where people who want to buy 1 or 2 pieces can pay a little tiny bit, like just a little bit. But then if they get over 5 pounds or more, you're going to have to pay a lot more out of pocket, or you're going to make them pay because you don't do the $7.75, those types of things. Or you can go ahead and raise that first price of shipping for the people who only want to buy 1 or 2 pieces. They're either going to have to pay that shipping a little higher so that you can ease the burden on yourself and your other larger buyers on the tail end, or vice versa. And I have decided to do that. I went all the way up to this last week. I went all the way up to the first piece is $7.75. I'm not going to stay with that, but I did try it. I don't think it limited my sales, but it did not work on the tail end the way that I hoped. Right. So, a couple of things you have to think of with shipping. First of all, I paid over $15 in shipping for 5 yards because the seller didn't have shipping capped and put a fat quarter for way more than the 2 ounces they weigh. Okay, so Dawn Olivia Lark, here's the thing: if they're going to preload that first piece or so and make you pay a higher price, it should be so that $7.75 can be maxed out. So if they're making you pay too much for the first piece and they're also not maxing out the $7.75 on the tail end, I don't think that's a good idea. So I do preload the beginning. But also, like last week, for instance, I had it set up. I'm not keeping it this way, but this is how I had it set up. You pay $7.75 on the first piece, no matter what that first piece is, but you don't pay another penny for shipping for the rest of the show. So I'm like, you pay $7.75 up front, like you pay it on your first piece, and that's it. You get free shipping for the whole rest of the show. So yeah, if you want to buy one piece, you're probably not in the right show. If you just want to buy 1 fat quarter from me, you're probably not going to, because you don't want to pay $7.75 shipping for a $3 fat quarter or $2 fat quarter, right? But for the people who want to buy 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or more pieces from me, they're like, heck yeah, I don't care what I'm buying on the first piece, because I'm going to be here to buy 50 pieces. And so I like to be able to add as many pieces to my box as possible, and I don't have to pay any extra. So the first thing that you have to decide, there's a few things that you have to decide on the shipping. First of all, you have to decide, over 5 pounds, are you going to choose Ground Advantage or flat rate or priority? But I don't think priority, it's an option, but I don't think it's a viable option, especially in fabric. All these things that I'm talking about is really for fabric. Okay. It may or may not apply to you for other things, but take the information for what it's worth and then maybe use it to tweak from there, right? I can't imagine sewing a garment from FT 1/4 unless it's a thing. Okay, I'm not sure exactly, like a fat quarter, 1/4 of a yard of something. If you're capping shipping, that makes sense. I wanted to buy so much more, but I didn't because I kept getting charged for shipping. Yeah, right. So if you're capping for shipping, then yes. If you're not capping for shipping, then that should not have even been a thing, a fat quarter. Gotcha. So first of all, you have to decide. 1 to 5 pounds is generally going to be Ground Advantage, almost for everybody, especially in fabric. I don't think you would want to do priority or priority flat rate shipping for 1 to 5. It just doesn't make any sense. So let's just assume 1 to 5 pounds you're going to use Ground Advantage, and it's going to be a $7.75 no matter what the size of the package, as long as it's not over 1,728 cubic inches, which is a 12 by 12 by 12 or an equivalent, right? As long as it's not what they call an oversized package, and it doesn't matter any part of the United States that it's going to. 1 to 5 is kind of like a flat rate, a semi-flat rate Ground Advantage. It's $7.75. Okay, as long as it's in a small enough package, as long as it's going to the continental United States, which I found out this past week, it does not count for Alaska or Hawaii. They kind of neglected to tell us that, or they weren't very clear on that, right? So that part pretty much doesn't matter how you set up your stuff. And so if you don't think you're going to sell enough fabric to equal 5 pounds, or enough items to equal more than 5 pounds in any given show, you probably don't need to overthink shipping too much. Put in the weights, make sure you put in enough so that you can cover the packaging. Done, right? So Hawaii and Alaska does not have the $7.75 max shipping, which I did not know that until it happened to me. Like, I have $7.75 max shipping, and somebody bought 1/2 yard of fabric from me, and they charged her $13.52 in shipping. And I was like, what? And I was thinking it's this big issue, and I contacted Whatnot. Whatnot did refund her for the extra. But then when somebody else came back and said, does she live in Alaska or Hawaii by any chance? And I looked at her address, and she lives in Alaska. So I think I don't know if they're supposed to, but I think what's happening is Alaska and Hawaii, even if you're having $7.75 max shipping, they're charging those people more than the $7.75. I don't think that they should, and I don't know if it's happening every single time because I haven't been watching. I just know that it happened, and it happened to somebody in Alaska. So I don't know if it's a glitch, or I don't know if it's happening every time or if it's on purpose. I don't know. I'm just letting you know to watch out for that. Okay. But that's like an outlier. Yardage. Do you leave it as one length and then just run multiple times for a yard? So I don't do either. I do flash sales and buy it nows. Okay. So that's how I deal with my yardage. So I do flash sales and I sell it by the multiples of half yards. You can look in my shop and I have it that way too. I sell everything by the half yard price and I don't cut it until after the order. And so it's $4.50, let's say, for a half yard, but if there's a 5-yard piece, then that's 10 half yards and you can buy as many half yards as you want. And then we cut it after. And then you just pay a multiple of that, and then we cut it and put it into the package. So a flash sale is just where you put something at the buy it now price for a discount, and you run it for a certain amount of time. So it's a timed buy it now sale. It's not an auction. It's usually for things that you have multiple items of. So if you just have one thing, you probably don't want to do a flash sale on it. But let's say you're going to do like bars of soap, and you have 10 bars of soap in the same exact flavor or scent or whatever in the same size. You have 10 of the same thing. You could run a flash sale for those and say, okay, we're going to do these bars of soap for $3 and I've got 10 of them and the next 10 people who buy it can get it for $3 and I'm going to run it for 1 minute. And so it's just going to run for 1 minute and people swipe it and buy it. And they keep swiping for a whole minute until the minute is up and then it stops. And if there's anything left, you still have, or until they buy all 10 pieces and then it stops. So a 7-yard piece of plaid fabric. So that's something you could do, in a flash sale if you wanted to. You could do it by half yard or yard. Now, I've seen lots of people do auctions like that. You could just auction it off. All 7 yards. You can either auction it off as one large piece and say, here's a 7-yard piece and it's going to start at $30 and just auction it for the whole piece. Or you could say, I'm going to auction off this 1 yard at a time. I've got 7 yards of this and I'm going, here's the first yard, go. And you put it on auction and they bid on it. And then you say, oh, I have another one, go. But a lot of people do that, but I wouldn't recommend it only because there's a couple of things. You're not going to get the highest bid on it because people are like, why would I outbid this person when I can just wait for the second piece or the third piece or the fourth piece? So you're not going to get the bidding wars. And also it bores people because it takes a long time and people will leave your show, especially if they don't like it. They're like, that's ugly. I'm not going to sit here for 7-10-second auctions. I'm out. I'm going to another show. So it's a way to do it. But I think flash sales are better, but I am the flash sale person. I do flash sales more than auctions. So I might not be the best person to ask. My whole selling strategy is based on flash sales. Yes, I do auctions, but most of the money I make is on flash sales and I do them every morning. I do like 100 flash sales every morning. I noticed a woman not running her items only ran if someone commented with R to run it. Is this an easier way of selling? It is a way of selling, Pamela, but I don't think it's a way to, if you're trying to make the most money that you can in the shortest amount of time and you're trying to be full-time, I do not think that's the way to do it. If you're just here to just kind of hang out and sell a little bit and you only want to sell if somebody wants it and you're just chill and you don't care and if you're just here to kind of like do it as a side hustle, then yes. If you're here to try to like, let's get some money, I would say no. And some people, as a buyer, I cannot stand that. What if somebody's at work? They don't want to type in R or run or whatever. They just want to watch. And if something happens to come on the screen that they like at the price that they like, they might swipe. But every time you do something like that, you're creating levels of friction. And the more levels of friction that you create between the seller and the buyer, the least likely you are going to be to sell it. And so you want your buyers to do one thing to buy it: swipe. So the more steps it takes to get to the swipe, the less likely they're going to sell it. So if I have to tell you to sell your item, I'm out. Exactly. See, Becca's Sewing Table said it pretty much like I was trying to say it. I do that too at the end for stuff that I didn't sell. Absolutely. I call it last chance or speed round or something like that. But that's after I've already ran everything to save time. But as a way to just do it all the time, I would say, yeah, you can do it. But is that the best way to make the most money in the shortest amount of time? No. And are people going to leave your show because they don't like that? Yes. So take that for what you will. So can a flash sale run while the flash sale is running? Can I auction another item? Yes. But if you do that, La Blue Eyes, then the flash sale that's running is no longer on the screen. Now it's in the back in your shop. I used to do it that way. When I first started doing flash sales, I would run a whole bunch of flash sales at the same time, and I'd run it for an hour, and then I'd put it back in the shop and be like, hey, I got flash sales running for an hour. You can go back there and buy them. And then I'd auction stuff. But I found that, remember what I said about levels of friction? When you do that, you're adding a level of friction. And so the people don't want to go into your shop and buy while you're doing auctions because they're afraid they're going to miss something on the auction. So when they go back to your shop and purchase, they're missing whatever you're running on the screen, and they don't want to do that. They don't want to. They get FOMO. They don't want to miss out. So if you tell somebody go to my shop and buy while you're running auctions, then they have to make a choice between what might be in the shop, and then they got to click 3 different things to buy it, or what's on the screen. Then they could just swipe and buy. And so I know that's another thing. Yeah, I've got stuff in the shop. I got stuff in the shop right now. But if you're over there buying, you might miss out on what we're doing on here. Which that might be okay here because you're just listening. Plus, you're a lot of sellers, and so you're not really here to buy necessarily. And that's totally that's not my intent. My intent is not to sell to you right now. But if somebody comes in and they want to buy something, yeah, heck yeah, they can go to the shop and do it. But that's how much money am I going to make today on sales? Can it happen? Yes. But how much have I made today? 0. Is that the best way to make money? Probably not. But I'm not here to make money today. Do you know what I'm saying? Check it out. See that big green right there? That's the amount of sales that I've made today in 2 hours. Which is not a complaint because I was not intending to try to sell. If somebody goes in and buys, awesome, great. We'll do that. We'll put their stuff in and we'll send them their stuff. But if I was here to try to make money, maybe send them to the buy it now is probably not the best way of making money. Does that make sense? So just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. How much seconds do I run each cut for? On my flash sales, I run them for 20 seconds. And then sometimes that's not enough if people want to buy a whole bunch of pieces, and they'll say, hey, can you run that again? And I'll run it again. But that's usually about the amount of time that it takes for people to buy what they want and not be too long of a boringness. And then we go to the next piece. How do you keep track of what you paid for and what you sell for to track your margins? I do a general, right? I pretty much sell everything for the same price. There's a little bit of a difference, right? I sell all my quilting cotton regular price for $5 a half yard, unless it's on flash sale, and then that changes a little bit. If it's vintage, I go up to $6. So it's add $1 if it's vintage, take off $1 if it's pre-washed, take off $1 or $2 if it's got discoloration, depending on how bad it is. Take off $1 if it's Granny's attic smell, so it smells a little musty. Do you see what I mean? But $5 is the base price, and then I go up or down based on quality, age, that kind of thing. If it's what I call a premium piece, so it's something that I buy that's quilt shop quality that I paid almost $7 a yard for, then that's going to be an $8 price per half yard, and then I'll go up and down on the prices. So my whole point is this. I pretty much charge the same thing for all of my pieces. That way, I know that if I buy below a certain amount for all of my pieces, then my profit margin is already built in. It might fluctuate a little bit, but I know that I cannot buy much fabric more than $3-ish a yard. $4, it better be damn good, right? Unless it's the premium, right? But $4 and below is kind of like my max. Unless it's something, really, 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 really good. I really like to stay $1 a yard. $1 to $2 a yard is my sweet spot. I don't always find that. And sometimes I find $1 a yard for a big old lot, and a lot of it is not really something I can sell. So then it ends up being more than $1 a yard because I got to throw some stuff away or whatever. And so I just deal with the law of averages. I keep my selling price the same, and I have to remain below a certain amount. And I know if I pay more than that, I can't buy it. I literally cannot buy it because then I will have to remember that I paid more for that and I'll have to get more money for that. And I don't do that. And so that keeps me like, there's a level of what I have to pay to buy something, and I have to just stay below that level. Now, I like to get far below that level, but there's a ceiling. And so it just kind of gives me a limit. They don't know what they want sometimes. Running gives them a chance to buy it. Yeah. And some people will be like, that's kind of cute, but depends on how much. And then if they have to ask how much, okay, yeah, run it. Okay, now they got to be the high bidder. Like, don't make them go through all those hoops, right? Exactly what I was going to say. I miss auction items to go through 300 items. Yeah, I have 337 items in my shop, so they don't want to miss the auction to go to the shop. And so, can they pre-buy from me? They can. They cannot pre-bid for me because I don't do auctions very much. But my shop is open all the time, and so even when my shows aren't going, the shop is open and they can buy from me. They just can't do the $7.75 max shipping, and they can't do flash sales unless they're in a live show. So when you're at a live show, you get flash sales and you get max $7.75 shipping for your package. All the other 20 some hours of the day, you can still buy the same stuff. You just don't get the flash sale price and you don't get the max shipping of $7.75. But you can still buy up to 5 pounds of items and you still won't have to pay more than $7.75. Can you run auction from items in the Buy It Now, and does it track if you're running and someone buys or does not allow both at the same time? You can run auctions from items in the Buy It Now. So if you pull it up, if you go to the Buy It Now and pull it, only if you assign it to the show. There's a couple of different steps. So if it's in your Buy It Now, like you put it in there in your inventory, you also have to assign it to your show. If you assign it to your show, you can pull it up during your show, and then it'll say run as flash sale, run as auction, and you can click the button right then and put in all of your stuff. But it wastes time, right? And so the more time you spend mucking around with all of your details and stuff, the more chances people are going to duck out. And once they're out of your show, then you can't sell them anything. And so, yes, you can do it. And like sometimes, let's say somebody's like, I really want such and such. Can you please run that? Okay. But as a rule, in your show, keep that shit going. Like, keep it going. Do not have a lot of downtime, because downtime is where people leave. And there's 18 other shows going on in the fabric category. If you go more than 20, 30 seconds and you don't run something, people will leave and they'll go to another show. I will. If I come into a show from the very beginning, no matter if it's fabric or anything, if I just stumble into somebody's show and they're like fiddling around or whatever, and they're not running something, I'm like, is she running something? Is she scanning the thing or whatever? I give her about 20 or 30 seconds, or him. If they haven't run something, I'm out. And if I'm already in there, unless I'm already committed and I'm like, I got half a box and I want to make the most of my shipping. But if I've decided whether I want to make my first purchase or not, and they're taking forever to run each item, I'm like, no, I do not want to waste. I don't want to say waste, but I don't want to spend 3 or 4 hours trying to make the most of my shipping package if this woman is going to only run one piece every 2 minutes. So keeping your show going, not having a lot of downtime, is the way to keep people in and the way to keep people buying. And so, yes, can you do all these things? Yes, you can. Should you do these things? Probably not, unless it's just every once in a while. Like, don't let that be the way that you run your show, because you will not be able to keep people in your show. They will get bored and they will leave. And that's just the way it goes. People want a fast-paced show. They don't want a whole lot of time going in between people when you run. Feels like there's so much to learn. I might be overthinking. I appreciate the discussion. There is a lot to learn, Pamela, but you don't have to know everything to get started, right? You just have to know enough to run a show. And there's other things, like everything I talk about is not what you need to know before you get started on your first show. I'm talking about stuff that I've learned for the last 2 years. So some of this stuff is for beginners, like, how do I get more people in my show? How do I load an item? I'm getting cold again. That kind of stuff. Some of the stuff that I'm talking about is like advanced for people who've already sold for a while, and they're like, how do I grow to the next level? How do I become premier? How do I get more people in my show? How do I make more money in an hour? That kind of thing. So there is a lot to learn, and I'm still learning every single day. But everything I'm telling you is not for like the first time for this is what you need to know before you even have your first show. This is like, this is just a verbal whatever, what people ask. And wherever you are, you're going to learn something, right? You're going to be like, oh, wow, I didn't think about that. What a good idea, right? So, so yes, you are overthinking. So you don't have to have all this committed to memory before you start. Just have enough to be able to know, how do I run my first show? And then keep coming back to these kind of things, or keep watching them on YouTube, because after this is done, it will be on YouTube and you can watch it again. Some of this stuff, if you're like, holy moly, that's way over my head, I have no idea what she's talking about, because you've never had a show before, that's okay. Because those are things you don't need to know yet. So just get in there and get started on your shows, and then learn a little bit more, get 1% better every time. So my seller help shows are for people at all levels. And so hopefully everybody who's in here will catch something that will help them no matter where they are on their selling journey. Some of my fabric costs $20 a yard. So then if that's the stuff that you're buying, then you have a totally different customer base, right? That may or may not be here on Whatnot. You may find your buyers here on Whatnot, but that's not going to be that's not going to be like the mass of the people who are here. So I'm not saying they're not here, but I'm saying like my customer base is not your customer base probably, because my people are here to get the $5 stuff. The $20, the $20, $30, $40 people, they're here too, but they're not in my show. They're in your show. They're in We Are Fabric Hound show. They're in Steph Newman Textiles, I think is his name, show. They're in, and I don't know everybody. I'm trying to think of a few people that do like high dollar, maybe apparel designer, that kind of thing. So those sellers there's not as many of those sellers, and there's not as many of those buyers. Doesn't mean they're not here. It just means like that's a whole different, that's like a subcategory of the fabric market here category. Does that make sense? So yeah, you won't have as many possible buyers, but you also don't have as much competition. So it could be in your favor. Can flash sales only be run during the auction? Well, during the show. Flash sales can only be run during a live show. They can't go on outside of a live show. So if that's what you're asking, yeah. You can have a show without auctions, but yeah, they can only be run during the live. So $7.75 up to 5 pounds. If a buyer goes beyond 5 pounds, do they pay the additional $12.99? Okay, so that's where you have to set up your shipping settings. So let's get back onto shipping. So the question was, after 5 pounds, who pays for the additional? First of all, you have to decide, over 5 pounds, are you going to do Ground Advantage or are you going to do flat rate, right? And at first I thought, well, it doesn't really matter. You should do flat rate because you can always change it back to Ground Advantage after the fact. I thought that at first. However, if you don't have it set up on the front end, then however you have it set up is what automatically is what Whatnot is going to charge you as soon as your customer gets to the next 5 pounds and 1 ounce, right? So, and who's going to pay that additional? It depends on how you have your shipping settings set up. You got 3 options for your shipping settings on who's paying the shipping. You can say the buyer is going to pay for everything, no matter what. And in that case, once you get past the 5 pounds, the additional $5.24 or $7.75 or whatever else that you have it set up for is going to be charged to the buyer. So they're at free, because once they get to 1 pound, they've paid their $7.75. And then every piece that they add that's still within the 5 pounds is going to be free shipping until they get to 5 pounds. And then that next piece is going to be whatever, $5.24 or 2 and then 3 and then 4 or whatever for the Ground Advantage, right? So that's buyer pays all. The other option is seller pays all, aka free shipping for the buyer. I don't know anybody who does that in the fabric. There might be every once in a while somebody might do that, but I don't think most people do that for, in general. But it's an option. I don't do it. That's a risk, but you can. Then the third option is the buyer pays up to a certain amount, and then you can put in It's like called max shipping, right? That's what I have set up. It's that my buyers pay up to $7.75, and then anything else that gets charged, I pay for, no matter what it is. And so if you choose that $7.75 or less, you get that little. I'm going to show you what it looks like. Okay, so I'm going to show you on the phone. Okay, I'm going to have a little. Give me just a second. I'm showing you right here on my phone what it looks like. Okay. So here, hold on. That's not what we want. All right, we want to go to. All right, we want to go to Seller Hub, and we want to go up to the hamburger, and we want to go to shipping settings. Here. We want to go to shipping costs here. So here's your 3. Seller pays all shipping. That's free shipping for the buyers. I don't recommend that. That's brave. Buyer pays up to a certain amount, or the buyer pays all shipping. I would live in one of these 2, right? You're pretty safe doing buyer pays all shipping because most people in the fabric don't buy more than 5 pounds. So if you choose buyer pays all shipping, most of your customers are still only going to pay $7.75. So as long as you put $7.75 in your box or less, then you will get this. Hold on. You will get this. Let's see. Do you see that little thing that says reduce shipping? That little tab that says reduce shipping? That means that they put in their shipping settings $7.75 or less. Reduce shipping. See this one right here? This one doesn't have that. That means either they have max shipping at something higher than $7.75, or they just have buyer pays all shipping. Now, to ask me which one you should do or not, that's up to you. There's a lot of thought that goes into that. And there's no right answer for anybody. If you ask me what I do $7.75 because I want that little tab that says max shipping. That means I pay anything that's over that. And now, so that's the first question is what, there's second 2 questions, right? Do you choose flat rate over 5 pounds, or do you choose ground advantage over 5 pounds? I still don't know which one is better for me. Because I've tried it both ways and it seems to be about the same. And it kind of depends on who's buying and how far away they are from you and how much above 5 pounds they get. Because there's a balancing point, right? The first little bit after 5 pounds, like the next 6 or 7 pounds, depending on how far away they are from you, is going to be cheaper. And then once you get to 524, once you get to flat rate shipping is automatically $524 more because it goes up to $12.99, right? But then it doesn't matter how far away, and it doesn't matter how much more you put in there as long as it fits in the box. So they're so different. It's hard because what if I have a bunch of buyers that are on the East Coast and I'm on the East Coast? It would be cheaper for me to put in ground advantage for them unless they get to 10 or 15 pounds. Then flat rate would probably be better. But since I've already chosen it, it's too late. If I got a bunch of people on the West Coast, which is about as far away as you can get and still be in the continental United States, then flat rate is going to be better because once they get to 6 or 6.5 pounds, it's already going to be at that $12.99 or more, and it's going to be cheaper for them to go to flat rate. But see, I can't tell before the show. I can't decide who's going to buy from me and how far away they are. Flat rate is not about weight. It's about if it fits, it ships, right? It's one price up to 70 pounds if it fits. Ground advantage is based on the size of the box, the amount that it weighs, it's different, and how far away it's going from you. So you got 2 totally different ways of figuring out the shipping once you get past 5 pounds. And so if you ask me which one's better to do, there's no way of knowing. And I might choose flat rate all the time. And in today's show, flat rate was a better choice because of who bought from me. And in tomorrow's show, flat rate might have been a little bit more expensive of a choice because of who else bought from me. Does that make sense? And since I don't know ahead of time, it's like there's no way to predict who's going to come into your show, how much more over 5 pounds they're going to buy, and how far away they are. And so it's really hard to choose which one. So then it's going to be down to Do you want to have that? I mean, I don't know. Do you want to pay for your own packaging, or do you want to use Postal Service packaging? To me, that's probably the biggest decision, because once you get past the 5 pounds, if you choose Ground Advantage, you still have to use your own packaging, your own box, your own poly mailer, your own tape, whatever. If you switch over to flat rate, then you can use the Postal Service flat rate. By the time I get over 5 pounds, I'm pretty much at a large flat rate box. There's no more paddeds, there's no more mediums, because those pieces, they're still within the 1 to 5 pounds. So by the time I flip over to flat rate, I'm pretty much at the large flat rate box automatically. So that flat rate box for me is free. I didn't have to pay for it. I didn't have to pay for the tape for it. But I did have to pay $5.24 to flip over to it. Whereas if it's only a 6-pound box, I might have only had to pay $2.31 for that package. So I might have paid a little bit more, but once it happens, it's too late. I can't go back and be like, oh, Ground Advantage is cheaper. So, because once you pay during the show, it's done. If you choose a cheaper shipping after, Whatnot's like, thank you very much for that $3. We're keeping it. So yeah, you can go back to Ground Advantage and change to it, but you cannot get the money back out of it. Once they charge you during the show for that money, they don't give it back to you. Same thing where it is, here's another thing where it comes kind of back to bite you, right? Let's say that you sort of overestimate the weights of things, right? And so let's say you put in 5 ounces for every piece, but they're really only 3. And so you're putting things in the box. Somebody's ordering a bunch of stuff, and Whatnot's like, oh, they reached 5 pounds. Let's start a new package for them. So they start a new package, and then they add some more things. And they're like, this one weighs 5 pounds and this one weighs 3 pounds. They've gone ahead and charged you $7.75. Or the buyer, whoever it is, whoever you have it set up, there's a $7.75 second charge for that second box, right? It is charged and taken out of the account, whether it's yours or the buyer. Well, and then when on the tail end where you're doing it, you're like, man, this really only weighs like 4 pounds and 14 ounces for the whole thing. Like, I can just put it together and put it in one package and it's less than 5 pounds. You can bundle it together and just do one package, one shipping label. Whatnot's like, cool, thanks. They're not going to give you back the $7.75. They're not going to give the buyer back the $7.75. It has already been taken out of the account. So even though you have gone down and, repackaged it up, yes, you can do it. But Whatnot's keeping that money. Where do you think they come up with the money for the adjustments? So my point is, Whatnot is going to take that money from your account or their account or whatever. They are not going to give it back. Even if you downgrade to a cheaper method, once they take the money stays with them. On the flip side, if you underestimated and then later on, they only charge you $7.75 because they thought it was a 4.5 pound package and it's really a 6 pound package. And then you go to change it. And you're like, well, crap, this is a 6 pound package. You either have to pack it in a 6 pound box and find out how much extra it is, or you have to pack it in a second box, a flat rate, or a second Ground Advantage box or whatever. They're going to be like, oh, so it's more than 5 pounds. Okay, that's going to be an extra $5.24. Thank you very much. And they're either going to charge you an adjustment or they're going to charge you money. Well, they're going to charge you. So when they undercharge you, they will still charge you more after the fact. When they overcharge you, they will not give you back the refund after the fact. Does that make sense? Which sucks. Which is another reason why, if you want me to get into the details of why I chose the settings that I chose, hold on a minute. I'm going to go back and see. I'm going to try to catch up on the chat. Sometimes I exit a show when I'm going to swipe and bid. The Whatnot app is very live, and you have to be careful the way you hover over the screen. Yeah, sometimes people try to swipe this way, and they end up swiping this way, and they end up in another show. So in the settings where it says buyer pays shipping, I still pay. Yeah, if it says buyer pays shipping, that one that I showed you that was in the middle where I typed in the $7.75, then if that buyer ends up with a package that's more than 5 pounds, then whatever the cost is past the $7.75, you're going to pay it as the buyer. I mean, as the seller, right? It says buyer pays shipping up to $7.75. So that means if it ends up costing more than $7.75 after the fact, then the shipper, the seller, is going to pay either with an adjustment or with money. It depends on what each seller has at their shipping settings at. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Seller only pays if you don't have the buyer pays all. If you set a buyer limit, you're responsible for any overage. Right. So if you say buyer pays all, then they're going to be charged $7.75 until you get to the end. And then here's the other thing. This gets so complicated, but they're not going to charge the buyer anything more after the show, right? So if you have that buyer pays all and Whatnot thinks that your package is 5 pounds, they're going to charge the buyer $7.75. And then after the show, you're like, oh crap, this package actually weighs 5.5 pounds because I didn't know about the box, or I wasn't exact on my packaging or whatever, right? Even though you said that the buyer pays all, once the show is over, the buyer is no longer responsible for anything else. So that's a mistake that you made, technically. And so you will still have to pay for that extra after the fact. So if you want the buyer to pay everything, you better be pretty exact on your weights, right? Because you don't want to have to pay for an underestimation of weight after the show is over. It's still going to come out of your pocket, right? Okay. I sell some things at a loss, but I make it up on the other. It's a law of averages, right? Exactly. It is totally a law of averages. Do you need a mod for the shows? If so, you don't have to have one, Farquhar, but it's always nice to have one. And the way that I find them is that when I find people that are in my shows that are already kind of answering questions and stuff, I'm like, hey, would you like to be a mod? I can mod you up right now. A lot of times they'll say yes. But if you don't have to have one. It's nice to have one. I have one that has been modding for me for almost since I started, and she just volunteers to do it, and she's really nice. And I try to, when she buys stuff, I try to put extra stuff in her box, and she just kind of does it out of the kindness of her heart. She's amazing. It's nurse gone crazy, and but she just kind of fell into it. And there's a couple other people that sometimes mod for me. Spiro said she would be willing to mod for these seller shows here, and so I just made her a mod for that. Because she was kind of already doing mod stuff anyway. And so she volunteered to do it. And I was like, thank you so much. I found unrelated to selling that Ground Advantage is cheaper and I ship to St. Thomas. Yeah, sometimes it is and sometimes it's not. Yeah, it's kind of, and it's hard to tell. Then what are the credits that you use for the extra shipping? Are you talking about the adjustment, Susu? Because you can't predict. It seems like safer overall bet is flat rate. If someone is buying more than 5 pounds, I'm okay paying 5 pounds of their shipping. That's kind of what I feel like. Like, would you rather know for sure that you're going to pay $5.24 no matter what, and then that's all you'll have to pay, or do you have to risk saving a little bit here but paying a little bit more there, and you never know, and you kind of have to figure it out. Like, so it's kind of your personality. Depending. What size is generally used for boxes? So the Blue Eyes it depends. Every box is different. We don't use the same size boxes. So what we do is we take the order and we look at it, and then we weigh it, and then we're like, this order looks like it's going to fit in a blah, blah, blah box. This order looks like it would fit in a padded mailer. This order looks like it will fit in a so-and-so poly mailer. So we have about 4 or 5 different general size boxes and mailers that we use, and we try to pick the smallest package size that it will fit in, because the smaller the package size, the cheaper we pay. And so we have like 4 or 5 general sizes, and then we don't do all the labels at one time. We only ship the labels. We ship each package and do the label individually for each package. So each package, we look at it and we're like, what size will this fit in? as we're looking at it, right? And so that's when we decide. But for the most part, the padded mailers that we use from Poshmark are the most common size that we use for fabric, and they are a 12.5 by 9.5. So if you were going to buy this yourself, a 10 by 13, either padded mailer or poly mailer would probably be, if you're doing quilting cotton, will probably be the most common size that you would use. That's the most common. Probably half of our packages would fit in this. If you're looking for like, the most general. Okay, I'm trying to catch up to chat. Making her your mod, pay more for shipping. Happy to help in any way I can to give back in any small way because you've been so helpful on my Whatnot journey. Oh, that's so nice. What would be nice, Whatnot, if you're listening, what would be nice is if we could choose individual customers to get like free shipping, because we could use that as part of a buyer rewards tier. I could say, well, once you get to Mother Clucker status, which is the 5th buyer rewards tier, you get free shipping. Or I could say, if you're a mod, I can give you free shipping. Unless there's a coupon that does that. I don't know. I haven't figured it out. But, oh, Spiro, thank you so much. That's so sweet. Is doing a fill-a-bag box worth it since it's a flat rate shipping? I've done many. But I fill a bag and then I just set my max shipping, right? It was easier to do before the shipping changes. It's a little bit harder now because it's so hard to predict because we don't have flat rate anymore. We have the option for flat rate, but it's only like an afterthought option. It used to be if you could get to 1 pound, you could use flat rate all across the board and it did not matter. Now it's a lot, like every package is its own little private problem to try to figure out how can I make it work without spending more money out of my pocket. And if I can use an adjustment, because here's the other thing. Here's the biggest problem that I've had. If you set up shipping exactly like it's supposed to go, and then you get past the 5 pound mark and you get past the $7.75, no matter if you have it as the buyer or especially if you have it as the seller, as you, if you set it up that way, you will never get to use your adjustments because the money will get charged to your account during the show. And then once you pay the money, you can't use the adjustment. So you get 5 free adjustments and you don't even get to use them. So that's been the challenge for me. I read that there's a 30-cent charge for every sale plus a percentage. There is a 30-cent charge transaction fee. It's a 30-cent transaction fee for every item that you sell, plus a 2.99% or 2.95 or something percent transaction fee, plus 8% of the sale price, including the shipping. So it's different for every person, but I've sold like over 50,000 pieces. And in general, the total with everything from the way that my pricing goes, it's about 18 to 19% fee. So for every $100 in sales, then I keep $82 or whatever, $81 to $82. It's a lot. You're like, oh, 8% plus a little transaction fee. Well, that little transaction fee adds up to like 10 more percent, honestly. And so now if you have higher dollar items, it's a little smaller, right? But on average, it was about 19 to 20% before I was Premier, sometimes 21% fee. Now, since I'm Premier, it's a little bit cheaper. And so it's about 18 to 19% that they take out of my sales. Which when you have larger sales, feel like that hurts. You know what I mean? That hurts. I have paid in fees, in Whatnot fees, so far this year, I think $25,000 or something like that, like a lot. So, but it's overhead. Like it's overhead that you would have to pay if you had a shop. It's overhead that you would have to pay if you were selling on eBay or Etsy or anywhere else. They all have their percentages you're going to take. You cannot sell anywhere for free unless it's Facebook Marketplace, right? So plus your taxes. Talk to your accountant about that. My accountant tells me what I need to take out for taxes and I pay a certain amount every quarter. And he just we're estimating. And then at the end of the year, I'm hoping that I have less than $1,000 to pay in taxes. So, period. So just talk to your accountant about that. So anyway, that's shipping. So if you want to know my shipping settings, and there's a lot of intricate, probably a conversation for another day. But if you want to know what my shipping settings are, first of all, domestic shipments. Hold on, let me show you how I got there, right? So you go to Seller Hub, you click right here. Did I do that right? No, I did not. I need to do that. I need to do it this way. It's easier. Sorry. Okay. So you go down here to Seller Hub. You go up here to the hamburger. You go to shipping settings. Okay, I'm going to show you. I have free pickup turned on because I have a shop and I have people who can pick up locally if they decide that they want to, and it will not charge shipping if you do that. Click on domestic shipments. If you click this first class mail letter, if you click that on, that means that you can sell, you can have cards or stickers or whatever, and you can do giveaways, and you can use the sticker thing and just put it in a white envelope. Okay, so turn that on. I have 1 to 5 pounds ground advantage. And then on 5 pounds and over, I have flat rate. You could also do ground advantage. So it just depends on what you feel like. I can't tell exactly which one will end up being better. So I just use flat rate because I can always go back down to ground advantage, right? So I might decide later on that ground advantage is better for me, but for right now, that's what I have. Shipping costs, again, I have this right here. Buyer pays up to $7.75. If you don't want to do that, I would go to buyer pays all shipping costs. I would not go to seller pays all shipping costs. You will almost for sure lose money if you do that. And then shipping profiles. So here's what I have. Oh, hold on. I'm fixing to change this. So here is what I have for my shipping profile. I know this is going to sound weird, but for my half yards, which is basically what I sell, which basically this applies to every piece that I sell. I call it live half because it's half yard pieces for the most part, and it's during my live shows. 13 ounces is what I have for my shipping profile. I know that sounds a lot, but that takes care of the packaging, that takes care of the first piece, that takes care of just a lot of stuff. And then down here, I clicked this on, set a fixed weight for additional items in the same package. 1 ounce. So the first piece that they buy is 13 ounces, which is going to cost them $6.75 in shipping. Then the next piece is going to be 14 ounces because every other piece adds an ounce. So the first piece will be 13, then the next piece will be 14, then 15, then 16, then 17, then 18, all the way up to 80 because 80 ounces is 5 pounds. So I got 13 for the first piece, 1 for every other piece. Is that going to do accurate shipping? Hell no. But there is a method to my madness, and that's what I do. So the first piece that they buy is going to be $6.75. The second piece is going to be free. The third piece is going to be free. And the fourth piece is going to be another $1 because it's going to take them over to that 16 ounce, that 1 pound. After that, and then I save it. After that, Stormy is in here. Foxy Mama 1977. That's my sister. She said, I don't understand shipping rates, but Leo told me what to do and it works. So there's 2 choices. You can just, if you sell quilting cotton fabric, you can just do those settings and not understand why the hell, but you can do it and it works. Or you can do whatever you want. But the reason why I do that is because I want to be able to use my adjustments. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. My customer can technically buy 60. Okay, hold on. What's 80 minus 13? 67, right? So my customer can buy 68 pieces, 68 of any items with that custom shipping profile, and it will still say 80 ounces or less. And so here's why. So Whatnot is going to say, oh, 68 pieces, that's 80 ounces. They're going to charge my customer $7.75 because they think that the package is 5 pounds. 68 half yards is 34 yards, is a lot more than 5 pounds. Okay. So how much is it? 34 yards, approximately 34 times 5.5 divided by 16 is about 12 pounds or so. Whatnot thinks it's 5 pounds. It's really 12 or so, right? That's if it's half yards. Clothing sellers do this all the time. Even House of Coop does this, but they do it as 4 ounce, whatever. So here's the reason why I do that. Why do you do that? Because it's not going to be accurate, but if I get, let's say somebody buys 65 pieces from me, that's a lot, right? They bought 30 some yards from me and they're only paying $7.75 and I'm paying the rest. So as of right now, when the show is over, Whatnot has charged them the $7.75 and they've charged me nothing, right? However, that box weighs more than 5 pounds. I already know this. I can't just generate the label from there and go. It's going to be totally wrong. They're going to charge me $20 or whatever. So I don't want to do that. But this is where I can hack in. This is like a hack. This is where I can hack in and I can use an adjustment. So, or I can use my 524 and I don't have to worry about them charging me on the front end and deciding what they're going to do later on. Like I get to decide how much I spend, or if I do ground advantage, or if I do flat rate, or if I do or use an adjustment, right? Because remember when we were trying to decide which is better, flat rate over 5 pounds or ground advantage over 5 pounds or what? Well, if you use that shipping profile, it doesn't matter what you choose because you get to decide later. So here's what's going to happen. I have that package and it weighs 12 pounds, right? Well, I'm going to put 12 pounds in there and I'm going to find out how much extra is it going to cost me. And so Whatnot's going to tell me this 12-pound package to this person in California is going to be it's either going to be $17 more, or B, it's going to be $7 more and you can use an adjustment for that, or C, you can put it in a flat rate box and you can do $5.25. But I get to decide whether I want to pay for ground advantage, whether I want to pay for flat rate, or whether I want to use an adjustment if they offer it to me. The adjustments are fewer and farther between. Okay. It used to be that you could upgrade from a 5 pound to a flat rate for an adjustment. And when they first started doing this, when it first changed over, I could use that. I could do it. I could go up to a flat rate and it would charge me nothing. It would charge me an adjustment, but no money. And then somewhere in that first week or so, they turned that off. And then they said, oh, you can't use more than $5 or whatever. And so since upgrading to a flat rate box is $5.24, now it's $5.24. And I cannot use an adjustment anymore, which sucks. But here's where the advantage is. Let's say that person, it's 12 pounds or whatever, but it's somewhere in Tennessee or whatever. And they're like, yeah, 12-pound package is going to cost $3.92 extra. So I can either pay $3 or I can either use an adjustment and it'll cover that. I don't have to pay nothing. And I just put it in a ground advantage package and I go. Or I can pay $5.24 out of pocket and I can put it in a flat rate. Or I can split it up and pay for whatever extra, right? So I can decide what I want to do. Here's the other part. If it's 12 pounds, if it's actually 12 pounds, well, I can't split it up and do 2 different ground advantage adjustments because that would be 3, right? Because every ground advantage adjustment is a 5 pound. So if it's a 12-pound package, they paid for the first 5 pounds. Now there's 7 more pounds. So there's 5 more pounds that I got to pay for, and then 2 more pounds that I got to pay for. So there's 2 more ground advantage packages that I have to pay for at $7.75 a piece. Or the whole thing can go in a box if it's less than 12 by 12 by 12. Or if I can fit it in a flat rate box for the extra $5.24. If this is going all over your head, I'm not trying to have you memorize the choices, because Every package is different, is what I'm trying to say. Every package over 5 pounds is going to have different options. If it's over 5 pounds, it's either going to be, you can do this for an adjustment, you can do this much more for ground advantage, or you can do this much more for flat rate. But you can mess around and change all the settings. And before you decide what shipping label to make, you can put all those in. I can be like, what would it cost for a 12-pound package? They'll be like, oh, this is going to be 17 bucks. I'm like, nope. How much would it be for a flat rate? Oh, 524. And I look at it and I'm like, can I fit that in a flat rate? Because let me tell you what, 34 yards, I can totally fit that in a flat rate. So I'm going to do that. Or it might say, or we can put this and use an adjustment. So I'm still trying to figure out when Whatnot is going to offer an adjustment and when it's not. They haven't really given me they say it's some kind of $5 thing, but I don't think that's accurate, because I've had a few adjustments that they've offered me for over $7, $8, $9, and I've used them. And in the beginning, I was able to upgrade to a flat rate box for an adjustment, and now they don't. So I don't know if they've tweaked some things in the very beginning, but they haven't given real clear instructions on when they offer an adjustment versus when they offer to pay out of pocket. But here's the thing. I want to choose which of those options I pick from after the show is over. I want to be able to say, well, it's cheaper for a flat rate box, or it's cheaper for ground advantage, or I want to split it up and put it in 2 or 3 packages, or I want to put it in one package and do whatever, right? I get to choose, and I get to decide how much money or adjustment I choose from after the fact. The only way I can do that is if Whatnot thinks that package is less than 5 pounds and they don't make that decision for me during the show. Because I already know that package is more than 5 pounds, but Whatnot doesn't know that until I'm making the label. Then I have to tell Whatnot, oh, by the way, it wasn't really 4 pounds and 15 ounces. It's actually 12 pounds. And then Whatnot's like, oh, hold on a minute. Okay, so to go up to 12 pounds, it's going to cost you this, this, or this. And then I get to decide. And I can choose the cheapest. But if I put in the real weights and it knows that it's 12 pounds, it's already going to decide for me. It's going to say, well, you chose ground advantage, girl. So we're going to charge you $7.75. Oh, and now you're over 10 pounds. Well, now we're going to charge you another $7.75. So at the end of the show, they've already taken out $14, $15.50 from my sales for me. And they split that person's order up into 3 packages because I chose ground advantage. And so now they've charged me $15.50 that I can't get back. And they didn't even offer me the chance to do an adjustment. And then I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, damn, I could have fit that in one big flat rate box. And I could have paid $5.24 for that. But since they already did it for me during the show, now I don't get to go back and change it because they've already charged me. Or they've already charged your customer, right? So that's the reason why I use 13 ounce for the first piece and 1 ounce for every other piece, because I want to stay below 5 pounds as long as possible during the show, and then adjust the shipping to whatever the real shipping is later. And then Whatnot will give me some options. Okay, so in order to go up to this real weight, here's what your options are: A, B, or C. Ground advantage for more money or for an adjustment, ground advantage in multiple packages, or flat rate if you can fit it for money. So you have to decide. And sometimes it won't offer you an adjustment, but if there's a chance for an adjustment, at least I get the chance to choose it. So if they offer me an adjustment, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm taking the adjustment. It cost me nothing. But those adjustments aren't coming like they used to. But if there is a chance at having one, I'm taking it. And I don't get to choose the adjustment if they charge me the money during the show. I hope that makes sense. This is like super advanced stuff for people who've been shipping for a long time. If you're following me and you know what I'm talking about, you can use this. If this is like, whoa, I've never even had a show, I have no freaking idea what you're talking about, don't even worry about it. Just do the basic shipping, okay? Put your stuff in the way that it weighs. All right, and then do your ground advantage for 1 to 5 and pick one of the two, ground advantage or priority on the after 5 pounds, and just do the best you can, right? And just start shipping. Because the more you start shipping, the more you're going to understand what I'm talking about. When you do it, you're like, oh, now I know what you mean by taking the money first or taking the money later or all that stuff, right? Mellow State has done a whole bunch of videos on YouTube about she's tried all these different methods of shipping and tried to figure out which one takes the most money. And so the funny thing is she came up with this same, I don't think she uses the 13. I don't know what she uses for her first number of ounces. I can't remember because she does clothes, so she does a little bit different. But I came up with this way before shipping even started. And I've been sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting for the new shipping to see if my theory was right. And it was. And then I've tried a few other, like the other day, I tried 31 ounces and then 1 ounce shipping. I've tried 12 or 10 ounces with 2 ounces or whatever. Like I've tried a couple of different combinations because I want to know how fast do I get to 80. And, there's a couple of other things. There's even more details, but I have found in all the different combinations that for fabric, for me, 13 ounces for the first piece and 1 ounce for every piece after that is the most likely to give me the most options. There's a couple times it doesn't work. There's a couple times it's not going to allow me to use an adjustment. I'll have to use money instead. But and here's where the adjustment comes. The adjustment comes, as far as I know, unless they change something, when you go up 80 ounces. You can go up to 80 extra ounces and use an adjustment, however much money that costs. I've heard that they're going to limit it to $5, but I don't know if that's fallen into place. So let's say your package, Whatnot thinks your package weighs 60 ounces, but your package actually weighs 120 ounces. Well, that's an increase of 60, right? The original 60 plus another 60. So since that extra 60 is less than 80, you should be able to use an adjustment on that. And so, but you can't use that if Whatnot already charges you the 80 during the show. They're just going to charge you $7.75 and take it out of your account. Now it's done. Then you don't ever get to use any adjustments. So, like I said, this is some pretty advanced shipping stuff. And if you have no idea what the heck I'm talking about, then just ignore it, do the best you can, and eventually you'll understand what I'm talking about. Or if you have no idea why, and you just are like Stormy is like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I just do the settings like you tell me to do, and then that's what I do. If you do that, just make sure. Here's what's important. If the reasoning behind it is kind of like fuzzy, but you're like, I don't know, but I'm just going to do what she does because she says it works. Okay, do that. And that works for fabric, by the way, for fabric. If you want to do that, then do it. But here's the important part is that every single package at the end of the show, you must weigh it. You must weigh it. And then you must add a few ounces for packaging, right? So if you put your stack of fabric on the scale and it says 72, then put 75 or 76 in the thing because you want to add to the box, right? Plus you're going to have packaging, plus you're going to have stickers or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So if you're going to use those settings like I showed you, just make sure that you weigh the package and change it to whatever it says on the weight plus a few ounces for your packaging, and you will be fine. And that's pretty much it. So I was in a show, seller said $7.75 max, but it charged me out 3 times. I'm sure it could have been put all in one box for less money. So GA, do you live in Alaska or Hawaii by any chance? And if they said $7.75 max, did they have that reduced shipping on the thumbnail? Because I think a lot of sellers are like, I'm just going to say $7.75 max because nobody's going to buy over 5 pounds. But then somebody buys over 5 pounds and then they get overcharged. So if you're going to say $7.75 max, you better have it there like for real on your shipping settings. But I did find out this week that even though I have my thing set at $7.75 max, my buyer from Alaska, it does not count for buyers in Alaska or Hawaii. Now, I don't know if that's because they want it to or if that's because I don't know if that's a glitch. I don't know if it happens every single time, but just know it's happening. And I had my customer came to me and I was like, I didn't realize it was Alaska. I just looked at it and I was like, that is not right. That should not have happened. And I contacted Whatnot and they did refund her. Then somebody else was like, oh, was she in Alaska or Hawaii? And I was like, oh no, hold on, let me check. And she was in Alaska. So I don't know if that's an override on purpose or on accident, but I'm just saying it is happening. And I feel like if Whatnot's going to do that, they need to let us know. They need to be like, hey, by the way, it ain't working. And they need to let them know and they need to let us know so that we can let our customers know. So, oh, and also I had a buyer that bought a whole bunch of stuff over 5 pounds in Canada. Guess what? You can't use flat rate to Canada. You certainly can't use adjustments. And so her 6 or 7 pound package cost me $15 plus in overages to go to Canada. So I'm trying to figure out if it's not going to work to Canada, I don't want to sell to Canada. And I know that sounds mean, but like I can't afford it. If I'm going to do all this shipping stuff like this, it does not work for Canada. And I don't want to change all of my shipping settings just so that once a month when I sell something to somebody in Canada, it'll cover that. And so I don't know how to turn off Canada shipping. I have international shipping turned off, but they still allow it to go through Canada. So I don't know. Somebody said I could contact Whatnot. I don't know. If y'all know, let me know. But I can't afford to cover that much extra. Depends on the weight and where you live. Yeah. There was no notes, just verbal. Okay. So if it was just verbal, that means they were hoping that nobody would spend over 5 pounds and somebody did. Well, you did. And so, I would call them out on that. I don't know if there's a whole lot they can do, but basically what I'm saying is they lied. What about the new rural shipping price? I don't think that is affecting us. I think that's eBay. Isn't it? Or is it? I don't know. I thought that was an eBay thing, a small doll world, but I could be wrong. It does not affect Whatnot shipping at this time. Right. We have a contracted price. Yeah. I think that's just an eBay thing. It's like a postal service thing that is passed on through eBay and maybe some other things, but I don't think it's coming through Whatnot. Can they allow ship to Canada if you have international turned off? Apparently they can. Yeah. I have international turned off and I have not sold that many. I've sold maybe 5 packages to Canada over the 2 years, but it happened last week. What are you talking about? You paying? It's the customer that pays for the shipping. So Darlene, I have it set up so that my customer only pays up to $7.75 for shipping, and anything over that I pay. I have that set up on the settings. So I've max shipping at $7.75. So that means if it goes over that, I have to pay the rest. I either have to pay it or I have to use an adjustment to pay it. Visual says it does not affect us. Gotcha. So yeah, sellers can pay for shipping. And so it depends on how we have it set up. And even if we have it set up that the buyer pays all of shipping, if our packages are too off, then we also end up paying. So here's that thing, that method or whatever that I'm telling you to do. Only do that if you want to do max shipping and you're willing to pay the overages. If you don't want to do max shipping at $7.75 and you want buyer to pay all, do not do that 13 plus 1. Like don't do that. Do the best of your ability, the average. Like try to do the closest thing that you can to actual shipping. Because if not, you will pay. So all that stuff that I just told you to do, and you're like, I don't know, but I'm going to do what she says. Only if you're doing the max shipping and you're willing to pay for the extra overages. If you don't want to pay the extra overages, you do not want to do that because you're going to have a bunch of overages that you didn't necessarily want to have. Does that make sense? So I either made it way, way, way more confusing for you, or I gave you an idea that you're like, holy moly, I can do this and I can maybe do max shipping without having to pay too much out of pocket. But again, if you do that, no matter what you do, I have found on the new shipping, I used to be able to do 921 max shipping and I never paid out of pocket. And I hardly ever used my adjustments. I'd use 1 or 2 adjustments a week and I never paid out of pocket. Now, the first week, I only used 3 or 4 adjustments and I still had 1 or 2 left over and I paid out of pocket quite a bit. And then this last week, I used all of my adjustments in the first 2 days. And for the next 3 days, everything that I did, I didn't even have the option of an adjustment because I used them all. And so I ended up paying a lot out of pocket. And when I say a lot, it's not because the method didn't work. It's because the one Canada, one person went to Canada and then the other person had a 12-pound package. And so and they charged me on it actually went over 80 ounces even on the show. Like, even though I did the 13 plus 1, it was saying like 82 ounces and it was really like 160 ounces or whatever. So like, there's a possibility that even Whatnot will think that it's over 5 pounds. And if Whatnot thinks it's over 5 pounds, it's probably 17 pounds. And either way, you're going to have to spend, right? So there's a give or take. But if you're going to try to do max shipping, just know you're going to come out of pocket at some point. The whole goal is to try to come out of pocket as little as possible. I think this whole 2 or 3 weeks that we've been doing it, let's see, it started it's 2 weeks. It's been about 2 weeks. I think I'd have to look it up, but I think I have paid less than $100 out of pocket so far in all of my shows for the whole 2 weeks. I'd say that's pretty good because we average $3,000 to $5,000 in sales per week. So, it's a very, very low percentage, but I was trying to get a 0, man. I was trying so hard to get a 0 and I don't think that's gonna, I don't think that's possible. So I'm just going to try to get as low as possible and just be done with it. Cause I think that even if you do buyer pays all shipping, there's still going to be some times where it's off and you're either going to pay out of pocket or you're going to use adjustments or whatever. So it does not affect Whatnot. Okay. Sorry. I'm back up a little bit I've always had to pay all my shipping myself. Darlene, Darlene, when you say you've had to pay all your shipping yourself, is that you as a buyer or you as a seller? I have helped. Oh, good. You would not know as a buyer if we paid additional shipping based on what you bought. Probably. I don't remember. But here's the thing. If I end up paying money out of pocket, I can say this, except for the Canada thing, which is kind of like a outlier. Let's forget about the Canada thing. If it was all international. If I ended up paying out of pocket for somebody's package, it's because they bought $150, $200, $250, $300, $400 something dollars. And I'm okay with that, right? Like I can put 40 to 50 yards of fabric or so in a flat rate box. And if I have to pay $5.24 towards somebody's shipping and they paid $450 on that order, I'm okay with that. Right? That's less than 2%. So I'm totally good with that. That is not a complaint. It's just more of a challenge to see if I can reduce my out of pocket for, whatever. But if I have to pay out of pocket, it's because that person had a really big order. And I am totally okay with that because they got a whole bunch of stuff and they only had to pay $7.75 shipping and they're really happy and they're probably going to come back. And I didn't pay a whole lot out of pocket and I got a big old sale out of it. If you think about a private quilting shop that has an online shop, right? They a lot of times have, if you buy over $80 or $100 or $150, you get free shipping. They're coming out of pocket out of that because they're like, if somebody's willing to pay $150 in fabric from us, we'll cover that $8 or $10 or $12 for shipping. So it's no different from that. It's like I'm trading in a little bit of my profit in exchange for a large sale. And if that keeps happening, I'm totally cool with that. And if me not being willing to do that keeps that person from buying so much because they're like, man, the shipping is getting kind of high, I'm going to stop buying. I don't want that. I'd rather pay the $5 and have them be like, yeah, add it to my box, add it to my box, add it to my box. For $5, I'll do that because I can get $5 profit out of 2 or 3 more pieces of fabric. And so if they buy 10 more pieces of fabric, I'm still to the good. And if you bought someone using reduced shipping, they most likely pay some of your shipping costs. Exactly. Yeah. So do you weigh every single item prior to the show, and then the buyer weight tallies are automatic? I do not. I don't weigh anything before the show. That's where that 13 plus 1 comes in. So I have that every piece, the first piece, Whatnot thinks weighs 13 ounces, and every other piece after that, Whatnot adds an extra ounce to what they think the package weighs. But I don't weigh anything before the show. I just weigh the total order after the show. So that's how I take care of it on the tail end. I don't worry about what it weighs before. I just need to know what it's going to weigh after. And I want Whatnot to think it weighs just a little tiny bit, and then I can adjust it up later. Oh, Darlene, as a buyer. Yeah, so it really depends. And if you're talking about on Whatnot, some sellers set it up to where you pay for everything. Some sellers set it up that you only pay up to a certain amount. And so every seller has the option to set up their own shipping settings. I have it set up to where if you come into my show, you will pay $7.75 total in shipping and nothing else for the rest of the show. So once you buy like 4 pieces of fabric, after that it'll say free shipping, free shipping, free shipping, and you just keep on buying. It will not charge you another penny for shipping. But that's my shows on Whatnot. That's not a Whatnot wide thing. Every seller has the option, right, to set up what they want. If you're looking for the people who do that, look for the ones that say reduced shipping, right? So like I was showing before, if you are looking for that $7.75 or less, I'm fixing to show you what it looks like. Right? You see right there where it says reduced shipping, that person, you will pay $7.75 or less max shipping in their show. Bougie Bee right here, she doesn't have that set up that way. She might have it on another show set up that way. Every show is different. This person has reduced shipping, so they maxed out at $7.75 or less. This person does not. That person does, that person does not. So see, you can find it that way just by looking for that little tag right there. So if that helps. $9.75, a couple times a little extra because of a larger item. So you must have been at a show where somebody's settings were different, right? Fabric in the average weight is 46 ounces per half to 1 yard. So you can average 5 to 5 ounces outside of fabric. Yes, weigh it. Yeah, so quilting fabric specifically weighs 5.5 to 6 ounces per yard. And so about 3 ounces per half yard, approximately. So since I sell the same thing, I don't really have to worry about weighing it too much. But if you're not doing fabric, let's say you're doing t-shirts. I mean, t-shirts weigh about 12 ounces per, give or take a few ounces. But if you're doing vintage stuff and you've got ephemera and you've got lamps and you've got ashtrays and you've got pens and you have dolls and you have like all these different things, you're either going to have to do a House of Coop if you want to watch them. They do their stuff at 4 ounces. Everything they put it in at 4 ounces, and they do what I do. They just reconcile it at the end, no matter what it weighs. And they come out of pocket some for their shipping, but it's easier for them to come out of pocket some than to weigh every single piece and figure out, and then put it in there. Because that's a lot. Because they sell hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of items every show. So if you sell the same thing approximately, you can just do an average weight. Then you are buying from a seller that does not do reduced shipping. Yeah, pretty much. We do that at my shop. Over $100 of free shipping. Yeah, so a lot of them do that. So they're coming out of pocket too. The show is for us sellers who reduce shipping, or just to let you know that that's what's going to happen if you want to do reduced shipping, right? If you don't want to do reduced shipping, you're going to want to try to be as exact as possible so that you don't get undercharged and then still have to pay extra, because you want your buyer to pay for everything. So you don't want to accidentally have Whatnot undercharge your buyer if you if you want your buyer to pay for everything, you don't want to accidentally have Whatnot say, "Oh, it's a 5 pound package," and then they get charged $7.75, and then it's really a 6 or 7 pound. Then you will still have to pay, even though you didn't put it in the settings. You're still going to, because that was your mistake. So if you're not doing max shipping or buyer pay more than whatever, you want to try to be as exact, if not a little over. Because you'd rather, I hate to say it, but if you're wanting a buyer to pay for everything, you'd rather overestimate and have your buyer pay for a little too much. And then you don't have to worry about anything. But just know that if your buyer pays too much, Whatnot is not going to refund them the difference. They've already paid it, and that's it. It's kind of like if you go to a restaurant and they charge you $26 for a steak. If you only eat half the steak, they're not going to give you half your money back. Doesn't matter how much of the steak you eat, you paid for the whole thing. So when your buyer pays for everything, they paid for a certain number of ounces for a package. It doesn't matter if the ounces are less at the tail end. They paid for that, and that's it. They don't get a refund for the difference. So when I see free shipping, I get excited and buy lots more. Right. That's the whole purpose. Not a shipping question. How long when you sign up to sell do you have to start your first show and get everything ready, all the rules, and get everything set up? So Susu, you can wait as long as you want, but usually when you first get set up, they will offer you some sort of like incentive. And it's different now than it used to be. It's a lot higher. It's like $400 or something. They'll give you like a little, hey, if you meet this metric and this much and you sell this much and you do this many shows and blah, 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 then we'll match your total up to a certain amount. I think it's like $400, but it was 7 days when I started. It was $250 or $150. It was $150 when I first started, but it was 7 days. After the 7 days, you can take as long as you want to, but they're not giving you any bonuses. So when you first get set up, they want you to get in there and get started, and they'll offer you some kind of a incentive. And I think it's usually 7 days. You should sign up for 2 years and no show yet. Small Doll World, you're probably not going to get that incentive. Just saying. And okay, and so here's my next question, Small Doll World. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Because whatever is holding you back, we got to help you get past that. Because whatever it is, I got 150 incentive to sell the other day. Okay. My custom shipping is at 5.5 ounces per fabric listing. If I do this custom setting, will it override each listing? You were able to put 5.5? It had a decimal in there? Okay, well, hold on. I'm about to see. Shipping settings, shipping profiles, test. Oh, okay. I see that. Okay. Now let me go back to your question. My custom shipping is at 5.5 ounces per fabric listing. If I do this custom setting, will it override each listing? So every listing that you have needs to be assigned whatever, right? And so if you have multiple custom shipping profiles, you can assign different ones to each item. Does that make sense? So if you have them all at 5.5 or whatever it is, your custom shipping, and then here's the thing. If you change that specific custom shipping to whatever, and then click the thing at the bottom, it will change them all, right? So here's what I was going to show you. Live half yard. Okay. So let's say you're using this one, right? I'm using this one, and they're all assigned to this one, live half, but I want all of them to be changed to, 50 ounces or whatever. Right. I'm keeping the live half, but I'm changing the live half to 50. And you see that button right there at the bottom that says apply to everything. And then I hit save. Then you're changing that custom listing to your new settings. If you make a new custom listing and you want to keep that one assigned to whatever, and you want to make a new one, let's say you want some to be assigned to your yards and some to be assigned to your half yards or whatever, and you make a completely new one, then you will have to go back to all of your listings and you will have to change the shipping profile that is attached to that listing to the new one. You can do it on the computer with custom bulk editing. You can do bulk editing and do it all at once, but you'll have to change it. But if you just want to change your custom listing from 5.5 to this 13-1, just go into that listing and change the settings of that listing and click that little check mark, and it will change all what's it'll be this, it'll be whatever's assigned to it. You're just changing what's assigned to it. I hope that makes sense. I waited way too long to sell because I was so nervous, and now I'm so bummed I waited so long. Right. See, Spiro. Tell them. People wait so long because they're nervous and they're like, oh my God, I don't understand all this stuff. And you come to this show and you're like, wow, that's way too much. I can't understand any of that. I'm not ready. You don't have to know everything. You don't have to have everything. You need to have some inventory. You need to have a camera. You need to have a printer. You need to have a scale. Is that it? Probably it. Maybe some lighting. Like, that's it. And you can just get better and better. You can add things and learn more as you go. I did not want to go back and change each one. Right. So whatever your custom profile is that you have it named, go to that same one and just change it from 5.5 to whatever, and then hit save and make sure you have that check mark checked, and it will change all of the ones that are already assigned to the new way. So you're not changing to a new shipping profile. You're changing the current shipping profile to the new settings. What are your most important tools to use as a seller? Do you buy any specific equipment to make it easier? So you want to make sure you have a decent camera, which is probably your cell phone. I used to use my cell phone, but now my shows are so long and often that I want to have access to my cell phone. So I use an iPad mini, which I'm using right now. You don't have to use a second computer or whatever, but you can use a laptop, you can use an iPad, you can use another computer or whatever. You don't have to, but it makes it a little bit easier to do the controls. I would say a thermal printer is not required, but so much easier. Thermal printer will print your labels without having to use any ink. If you use a regular printer, you're going to have to tape the labels on with tape. You don't want to, that's a pain in the butt. Plus, you're using a bunch of ink. So I would say your phone or an iPad, a thermal printer, and maybe an extra laptop and some inventory. I mean, I use a whole lot of other stuff, but I've been doing it for a long time, and this is my career now. So over time I've used, I've invested in a lot more things, but just to get started, I would say those things, and probably a good light, like a key light or a ring light or something like that to light up really good lighting to light up your items. Thermal labor printer, cheap one. Yeah, just get like the Jaden one from Amazon. It's usually like $60 or $70 or something like that. Draz said, stop making excuses and just start. Right. That's pretty much it. The first show is the hardest one to do. Just answered your question. All right. For me, Notbot is a must have. I can't read in my own writing, so it's a game changer. My shipping time cut in half. Amen, Spiro. And if you're wondering about Notbot, I have an affiliate link in the show notes. It's at the very top. If you click on that, you can get 7 free days, and you can get 20% off your first month. I use Notbot. I will never go back. It's 100% game changer. But if you're just starting and you're going to do like one show a month, it's $30 a month to regular price. So you're probably not ready for that yet. But if you're going to be doing one show a week, and then you're eventually going to be 2, and then you want to go from part-time to full-time or whatever, go ahead and get it, because you want to put it into your systems. And it is a game changer for me as a seller. And it's also, my buyers like it too, because we use the stickers during the show. It saves so much time. It helps us to keep so organized. And I can't say enough about it. And there's so many tools that it also offers that I haven't even discovered yet that I plan on. There's a whole bunch of analytics I don't even know about yet that I haven't had time to look at. But even if it didn't have those, just the sticker, just the part that it's the thing that makes the stickers that you use on your things, just that alone saves me probably 50 hours a month. And for $30, I'll take that. My mom has tons of fabric from over the years of quilting, so she wants to sell. So I need to figure this out. Thank you. So Felcat, bring it on. Bring your mom in here and tell her y'all do it together if you are able to. I remember you being concerned about the monthly fee, and I was like, it's worth it. Yes. At first I was like, I don't know, it's $30 a month. That's a lot for an app. I was like, I don't even pay that much for some channels on TV that I like to watch. So that's a big, that I thought it was a big amount, but now when I think about how much time it saves me, and also my buyers are so used to seeing it, they're like, "Where's your stickers?" Like the other day when Whatnot like updated and Notbot wasn't like had to do an update or whatever, and I didn't get it in time, so I had to do a whole show without the stickers. My buyers were like, "Did I get that one? Where's the stickers? What happened to the stickers? Like we can't tell what we bought, and we want to make sure. I want to know if I bought that before. Where are they?" And I was like, "I know." And then when we were doing the cutting afterwards, my husband was like, "Oh my God, this is terrible. Where's our stickers?" And at the end of the show, I had to handwrite all 350 stickers. And that took me an hour plus. And I was like, dang, where's my stickers? And then when we were going to put the orders into the boxes and we didn't have customer numbers and we were trying to find the names instead of the numbers in order, I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. Instead of taking 10 minutes, it took 30 minutes. So it is almost an indispensable tool for somebody if you're going to have more than one show a week, and if you're eventually planning on going full time. I would say it's almost an indispensable tool. I would say almost as important as a thermal printer. And if you're going full time, it is as important as a thermal printer, if not more. So it's called Notbot. So KTEL, look in the show notes up there at the top, or up there at the top, whichever, the little sticky note that says show notes. It's NOTBOT, and there's a link there that you can click on. It is an affiliate link, but it won't cost you anything extra. It'll give you a 7-day free trial. It'll give you 20% off your first month if you decide to keep it. You can cancel in the first 7 days if you don't like it, but hardly anybody cancels, because once you use it, you're like, wow. It's like a microwave oven. You're like, I can't believe I was heating up my dinners in the oven all this time. And then you got a microwave. I mean, I can't think of any other way to describe it. I'm seriously considering Notbot, but I'm only at the cusp of needing it. Eventually I'll get it because it's so useful. If you're at the cusp of needing it, then you need it. Honestly, if you think you might need it, then you freaking 100% need it, because you don't even realize how much it's going to help you until you get it. That's where I was. I was like, I mean, it'll probably help me. It'll probably, and I put it off and I put it off and I put it off. I was like, yeah, eventually I probably need to get that. And once I got it, I was like, oh my gosh, why didn't I get this 3 months ago when I was saying, yeah, I need to get that? And I was like, now I got to get my stickers and I got to put it on I got to download the app, and it really doesn't take that long. So if you're, Rain Girl, go up there and get the affiliate link, try it for 7 days. And if you don't love it, then just cancel it and get it later when you feel like you can need it later. It's not going to hurt to try it for 7 days. And I promise you, once you do it, you're like, now how am I going to do these shows without it? Right? Notbot is like going from taking the bus to work to taking a Learjet. Right? Yeah. It's kind of like, do y'all remember what it was like before ChatGPT? Do y'all remember what it was like before Google? And now that you've had it, you're like, how the hell did we live before that? It's kind of like that for Whatnot sellers. The only problem, like I would say every seller needs it. 100% every seller needs it. But does every seller need to pay $30? No. If you're doing one show a month, no, because that's going to cost you $30 for that one show. So no, it's not cost effective if you're not doing but a couple shows a month. You'll still love it. You'll still be like, damn, this is great. But is it cost effective for 1 or 2 shows? No. But if you're planning on doing more shows and you know that you want to put it into your flow, because here's the thing, if you don't have it and you're growing, you're going to figure out your flow without it. And then when you get it, then you're going to be like, damn, this is great. And then you're going to have to figure out you're going to have to redo your whole flow to maximize it. So you might as well just put it into your flow now, if you're planning on getting more. So it's one of those things where, hypothetically, if it was free, I would say every seller needs to use it for every show because it's that great. But it's not free. And so then you have to decide, how many shows am I going to have a month before it's cost effective for me to, get the use out of it? Because it's going to save you so much time, so much organization. It helps you before the show, it helps you during the show, and it 100% helps you after the show. So, and you still got to buy stickers. So it's $30 a month plus you got to buy some stickers. But I was writing on stickers anyway. And so I was still buying the stickers. I was just writing by hand every single person's order, their name, the number, and how many they got by hand at the end of every show. I was spending an hour to an hour and a half every day writing every single sticker and making mistakes and missing combinations and all that stuff. And now it prints out during the show and we just stick it right on the fabric and I don't have to do it. So after the show, I go right into the cutting. And so I've saved myself an hour plus, or not by it saves me an hour plus. And I do shows almost every day. I do 30 to 40 shows a month. So I just got a few days ago. I'm so excited. Get it hooked up. Think about how much more you can sell with it. Right. If you can sell more, then you can make up for the price of it right away. Yay, Mod Cotton Fabrics. So guess what? If you have questions and you need some help, just message me and I'll be able to help you. And I don't even know everything about it. I don't know all about the stats because I haven't even touched the stats yet. But if you need help getting it set up, which is really easy, but I had one techie little issue when I first got started that I couldn't figure out. And it was a real easy fix, but it took me 3 days to figure it out because somebody, I had to go to customer service and they told me and it worked. But anyway, I do now. So Sewendipity says, do I have a specific printer for Knotbot? I did not when I first started. And so I just used that Rollo. And when I had the show, I squeezed it together and made it the size for the 2x1, which now I use the 2x3. And then when it was time to do shipping, I just squeezed it out and put the shipping. I didn't have to change my printer settings or anything. It was real easy. I just had to change the little bars on the side for the stickers to go in and I just switch them. So it only took 1 minute. So you can totally do it with the same printer. But now I use it so much and I do my shows from here and we ship from the other room. So instead of taking the printer back and forth, I got another printer, but I just got the Jaden printer and I got it on Prime Day. So it was $40. It's usually $60 or something like that. So now I have a dedicated printer, but you don't have to have one. You can totally do it with just one. And then probably a week later, you're going to be like, yeah, I need my own printer for that. Right. Okay. Chaotic fabric. Yes. Call me out. She said, don't screw the order up by putting the Givey sticker on the sale fabric, which I have done multiple times. Thanks. Yeah. Just make sure you read the sticker before you put it on the item because the buyer giveaway sticker will come out and I'll put it on the item thinking that the person who just bought it. And then I put the sticker back in the box and then I'm like, what happened? But that's not a Knotbot problem. That's a user problem. I'm working on it. But I appreciate you calling me out like that, Chaotic Crafter. It's okay. I can take it. I've heard Knotbot only work with certain brands. Maybe, but I mean, Jaden is one of the cheapest printers that you can buy. And it totally works with that one because that's the one I use with it. And actually, I use the Jaden for my shipping. And I use the Rollo for the Knotbot, but it works for both. And I think there is a certain number of brands, but just look on there and the list will be on there. So I just call you snitch. I will, as a matter of fact. They have printer suggestions on the website. Yeah. But there's a bunch of them. How much fabric is a good amount to have in your inventory for a show? I would say that you want your show to last, for a normal show, you want your show to last an hour or two. So, I mean, you probably want to have at least 50 prints. And so I watched the Knotbot video and Jada's in there. Okay. Yeah. So cool. I would say, I mean, that's for a small show, 50 pieces. Because here's the thing, when you're first starting, you might not have a whole lot of people in your show. You might. But if you have your pieces and they don't sell the first time around, just bring them back in at the end and keep showing them again until they sell. So if you go through all 50 pieces and 30 of them sell, you have 20 pieces left. Go back to those 20 and rerun them, especially if you do them either way. If you do them if you do them pre-listed or if you do them random pull, I didn't used to do that. I'd have like 500 pieces and I'm like, okay, that's the show. And I'm like, wait a minute, why can't I just do 300 pieces? Because at the end of the 500 piece show, I'd still have 200 pieces left over that didn't sell. And I never even thought, well, let's just rerun them because I'm like, they don't want to see the same pieces again. They've already seen it. Well, guess what? Those people that are in the show after you've shown everything, they're probably not the same people that were there in the beginning. Like when you go to Walmart, the people who walk in at the 10 o'clock hour are not the same shoppers that are in there at the 4 o'clock hour, right? So there's people popping in and out of your shows all the time. And so when you go back in and you rerun the pieces that didn't sell the first time, a lot of those people were not there when you ran them the first time. So it's still, they're seeing them for the first time. So run them again and run them again and run them again until you sell out or until you're tired and they're tired. And then you're like, okay, that's it. Run them 2 or 3 or 4 times. And unless you run them for $1, and then they're probably all going to sell, but then you might be pissed because some of your stuff's going to sell at $1. And so I would not recommend that unless you got a big following and you're a pretty big seller and you advertise it way ahead of time. But if you're a new seller, you don't have a big following and you're just doing it like a pop-up, do not do dollar starts because you will sell everything and you'll sell it for $1 and you will lose money. And then you'll be like, screw this platform. It sucks. And you'll be mad and you'll go on Facebook and be like, Whatnot is a scam and it sucks and we hate it or whatever. It's like, so don't do it. Like, I just don't. We have $1 shows sometimes, but we advertise it way ahead of time. We have it big across the thumbnail. We have a lot of people. We talk about it all like, hey, our dollar show's coming up tomorrow on this so-and-so day. $1 starts. Everybody come. And even then, sometimes we sell some stuff for $1. And so we have to be ready for that. But it's not a good, it's not a good idea for new sellers to come in because they feel like they have to. Oh my gosh, you got to sell everything for $1. That's what they want. Don't, because here's how I say it. When your show is over, if you have some regrets, right, or if you're thinking back about your show, would you rather be upset that you put a yard of fabric up for $7 and it didn't sell and you still have that fabric and you can sell it again next time? Or would you rather you sold that fabric for $1, you put it up for $1 and it sold for $1, now you don't have it? Which regret would you rather have? That it didn't sell at $7 and you can try to sell it again in your next show, or that it did sell for $1 or $2 and now you don't have it and you only have $2 minus the fees plus all the stuff. You don't have any money to buy more fabric and now you got to come out of pocket for the next piece and now you're pissed, right? So which regret would you rather have? You can always bring it back and sell it another day when you're bigger, when you have a different crowd, when you have more people, when you have a different time slot or whatever, right? If it doesn't sell for that price, well, either sell it later for that same price to a new crowd, or try to sell it for $6 next time and see if it sells, and then sell it for $5 next time and see if it sells. You only need one bidder, but if you're only going to get one bidder, do you want that bidder to pay $1 or $5 or $6 or $7? Does that make sense? I was like $50 short of hitting my new seller challenge, and that was the only time I did $1 starts. So did you get it? There's a time. There's always a time. And like, let's say you're like at 957 items sold and you're trying to get to your 1,000. Okay, I'm going to have $1 show. I'm going to do fat quarters for $1 or whatever. And you're just trying to make your 43 more pieces so you can get to your 1,000. It's called a loss leader. You know what I mean? Gas stations don't make money on gas. They just use the gas to get you in so that they can make money on soda and snacks and stuff, right? So I totally get it. But you cannot have your whole thing that you're selling to be your loss leader because that's a business loser. And so just don't do it. And then you're training your people. Oh, she does dollar starts. I'm coming back to her. And then they're like, where's the dollar fabric that you sold everything? What you sold 50 pieces of fabric yesterday for $1. Where's that? Oh, now you're at 5. Well, I'm out. Right? So now you've trained your people to look for $1. And when you don't have that, you're going to lose them anyway. I've been selling for over a year and I still don't do dollar starts for a whole show. Only did once when I was rated by G, right? Sometimes people do like, I'm going to do a dollar start because I got rated. In honor of the raid, we're going to do a dollar start on something. Maybe you do a few pieces. Like, we're going to do dollar starts on the next 5 pieces. And it's shit that you have already tried to sell 5 times and you couldn't really. And you're like, I got to get it, like clearance. You know what I mean? Like, so there's times to do it, but not for a whole show and not all the time. You will never make any money. Oh, you made your, okay, Tal, you made it to your thing. So see, there's a time for it, but you know you didn't really make a profit, but you got something else out of it. So if you're okay with not making a profit on your item for selling it for $1, but you're getting something else out of it, then that's still, you met your goal. I like when sellers do $1 start to celebrate a raid. Right. So a lot of people do that. I do little segments. And sometimes I do that too. And then I do Fat Eights game. I used to do $1 starts on that, and now I do 2 pieces of Fat Eights for $2 starts. So it's still like $1 a piece. And a lot of times they go for more than that. Sometimes they just go for that, and sometimes they don't go at all. And like I said, we're starting a new series now. We started it last week, and we're moving on this week, and it's $1 starts, 1:00 p.m. for 1 hour. We were saying 100 pieces, but there ain't no way. We got to 100 pieces last time in 40 minutes. So we stopped saying 100 pieces, but we're doing $1 starts at 1 p.m. Eastern every day for 1 hour. So from 1 to 2 o'clock, we're just doing 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Some is little stuff, some's patterns, some half yards, some yards, some whatever. We're getting higher prices on that stuff than we would in normal flash sales and auctions. But it's because we're starting it at $1, but we also have a whole lot of people in there that are bidding it up. Because they're like, she's not getting it for $1. I'm going to get it for $2. I'm going to get it for $3. And then it's like, oh, that's popular. So it's there's a method to it, right? Can you show your lighting setup? Because I have trouble getting to show the true color. I can, but I wouldn't recommend it because I'm looking for a new lighting system. So,
Hello,
hey,
beautiful.
Hey.
I'm back.
From where?
I sent you a message on your show. You probably didn't see it.
Mm-mm.
Me and Chandler went and delivered the milk cooler and the milk truck and all that stuff.
Okay.
Chandler's upstairs now. I had to let him use our room for a minute. He's trying to change into his church clothes and leave, so I gave him a little privacy because the other bathroom didn't work, so I let him change in our room.
Okay.
So he's about to leave. I just want to let you know I'm home.
Okay. Well, I'm fixing to get off of here so that we can eat and clean the bathroom.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
He's hiding.
Don't do that.
I'm sorry. So
I'm going to go eat some of your grapes.
You better not eat too many of my grapes. Anyway, yeah, I have this canvas, but here's the thing. It's supposed to hold the phone right here, and it doesn't because I don't use this anymore. And so I just kind of use it because I have it. It's very expensive, and it's a ring light. I would not recommend. So I can't. Here's what I will say. This is what I'm fixing to do. Don't use a ring light because ring lights suck, okay? Find a key light, okay? A key light is like a square or a circle that's all light instead of a ring of it around with a dark place in the middle, because I've noticed that the ring light will shine down and it will leave a shadow in the middle. So if you're looking for a light, look for a key light. And I don't like the kind that clamp onto the table. So I would rather have one that just sits on the table because I move things around a lot. But if you don't mind clamping one to the table, then use one that clamps on the table. But that's what you want to look for. KEY, key light. They're a little more expensive than ring lights. But I would not recommend a ring light if you're going to get one from scratch, unless you're limited on funds. So that's what I have to say about that. What about giveaways? Are those when and what? Are they at the seller's discretion? They are at the seller's discretion. So you've got 3 different types of giveaways. One I wouldn't even consider. That's giveaways to everybody. Don't do that. The other 2 are follower giveaways and buyer giveaways. Follower giveaways, all you got to do is follow. Anybody can win. Anybody in the show. Just follow and win. Buyer giveaways are supposedly you have to buy it. You have to buy it to be able to enter. Well, the easiest way to enter is to buy something and you can just swipe and enter. Technically, there's another way to win. You can fill out a form and you got to put all these characters in there and whatever. They're called form fillers. Legally, they have to do that because that's the law. I don't hardly ever get people entering that way. So they are totally at the seller's discretion. You don't have to do any giveaways if you want to. You can do follower giveaways if you want to. You can do buyer giveaways if you want to. You can do no giveaways if you want to. it's a, to me, I don't think not having giveaways is not gonna, people aren't gonna be like, oh, you're not doing giveaways, well, screw that, I'm not buying from you. I don't think it does that. But I do think it helps people stay in your show because it lasts for 5 minutes. So you're basically like buying 5 minutes of attention from your customers or your watchers. And in that 5 minutes, hopefully they'll see something that they want to buy. Because most of the time when people enter, they're like, oh, I want to leave, but I know I entered that giveaway. I just want to see if I'm the winner. I'm just going to stay. And then they'll stay until then. So for that reason, I do buyer giveaways the entire show. As soon as one person wins, I do buyer giveaways back to back to back to back to back to back. Usually it's 24. I set up 24 buyer giveaways, and depending on how long the show is, we do anywhere from 18 to all 24. And I mean, they're little pieces of fabric, but they're nice. They're nice pieces of fabric. People can use them. But I think it helps people stay in the show. And now people are used to it. And now I kind of can't stop doing it because everybody's like, where's the giveies? Where's the giveies? So it's just a part of the climate of the show now. But it's always buyers. I don't do follower giveaways at all. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but I do not. It gives me a bad taste in my mouth when somebody comes in and wins a follower giveaway and doesn't buy anything, and then I got to spend all the shipping to send them something for free. So I'm not blaming the person that entered. I'm blaming myself for setting it up. So in my show, we see the old lady right here. In my show, scrap packs sell for insane amounts when I couldn't sell as fat quarters. Same. I can barely sell fat quarters. I don't know why. I can probably sell them as like collections or whatever, but fat quarters do not sell very well for me, but fat eights do, and collections of them do, and scrap bags do 100%. But fat quarters, people don't. My customers are not as interested. Now my sister, that's all she sells is fat quarters. That's all she sells is fat quarters, all the time. She has one show a week, sometimes two. She only sells fat quarters, but she sells a different type of fabric than I do. I missed the first part of shipping. I heard about the weight, so you don't have to repeat everything. But are you set on ground under 5 pounds and over 5 pounds? So Serendipity, I'm set at ground for 1 to 5, and I'm set at flat rate for over 5. But I do that weird shipping settings, and I have max shipping set at $7.75. Put a piece of white printer next to the fabric. It helps to adjust the camera on the colors. Yes. I do that too. Sometimes it does help. It helps to correct the color. So like take a little, like push one of your little printer stickers out and put it like as a card next to your thing, and it'll help correct the color. So I'm having difficulty with OBS, Droid Cam, and Thermal Printer not printing out properly to use any of these. I do not use OBS because I just multicast to YouTube straight through Whatnot. And so I'm just going through that. So I don't use OBS for that. I don't know what Droid Cam is, so I don't use it, and I don't know what it is exactly. And so, in my thermal printer, are you trying to use it for Notbot, or are you trying to use it for your during the show with Notbot, or are you trying to use it for your shipping afterwards? Because I use a Rollo for Notbot during the show, and it's Bluetooth. I think it's Bluetooth or wireless. Now I can't remember if it's a Bluetooth or wireless. Anyway, it's not plugged in. But my shipping label printer is a Jaden. I don't use the Bluetooth on that. I just plug it right into my computer. So maybe plug it into your computer directly, and it might override all the Bluetooth or the wireless settings, and maybe it will help with that. All right. Did your mom finally put made by owner purchases? They got some maker something. They got some maker labels, and they put them hid them inside of there. So, yep. Because people keep trying, even now, people are trying to sell her pocketbooks as their own. My mom makes bags and sells them on my sister's site, and then people buy them and then turn around and put like a tassel on the zipper pull and then try to say, I made these bags. I'm like, no, you didn't. You put a tassel on there. And now you're trying to sell them as your own. If you want to if you want to buy a bag and sell it, that's totally fine. That's legal. That's what we're all doing, buying and reselling. But don't buy it and then say you made it when you didn't make it. That's shitty. Like, don't do that. When somebody says, "Oh, did you make these?" You didn't. Just so funny. I got an Alexander Henry fat quarter last night for $3. I don't see the appeal, but it'll be interesting to see what it sells for. What type was it, Susu? Because I had some really cool Alexander Henry fabric the other day when I had a raid train, and I was like, this piece is going to go for an insane amount. It was a 1997 Alexander Henry half yard, and it had a cowboy on a tornado. It was so cool, and I was like, this is going to go for $30, $40, $50. Do y'all want to guess how much it went for? Spoiler alert, it was not that. Labels for shipping. So with the labels for shipping, if it's not working, try just plugging it into your computer directly. Do I stream my shows on multiple sites? I'm trying to stream it on YouTube. I think it's working. But if you want to watch it later on YouTube, make sure you hit the live tab because it won't show up on the home page. And it's the same name, Cheap Girl Fabrics. Just click the live and it should show up on there. So anyway, it went for $5. $5 for the half yard of Alexander Henry fabric with the cowboy on the tornado. I was heartbroken. I wasn't mad at the person who got it. I was happy for them. I was just like, really? There was like 38 people on the show. One person bid on it. I put it, and I shouldn't have started it for $5, but I thought for sure it was going to go for higher than that. I should have started it for at least 10. So my own fault. My own fault. Can you sell on both at the same time? If so, how does that work? I don't know. You can't actually sell. Like if you're doing a show and you can multicast to Whatnot and you can multicast to Facebook, but they can't buy what you're selling on those platforms. They can just watch. But if they catch you and they're watching and they're like, hey, I want that. How do I buy it? Then there's a little QR code at the top where they can click and it'll bring them into the show on Whatnot. Then they can buy it through Whatnot. Hopefully that is what you're asking. Yeah, it was a little disappointing, but it is what it is. Like I said, I wasn't mad at the person who got it. I was very happy for her. I wasn't mad at the people who didn't bid because if they don't want it, they don't want it. I was just like, I was disappointed. I was hoping for sure it would go for higher. Well, Gaia Sweetbriar, it's not always because you're new. It's I have a lot of Alexander Henry too, and I can't sell it for super high. Sometimes I can, but my name is Cheap Girl Fabric, so I'm known for the people who come to me. They're like, I don't care about the brand name. I don't care whatever. I want to buy the stuff that I like for a good price. So they're not like my normal customers are not all about the brand name or the Tula or the whatever. They're just like, is that cute? I like it. I'll buy it. And so for that reason, I have some really good Tula prints. I have some really good Alexander Henry prints. I have some really good vintage Holly Hobbie strawberry shortcake. Raggedy Ann. I have some really good vintage stuff like that normally would go for really high, but like that's not my that's not the audience that comes to my shows on a regular basis. And so I can't sell them for as high as what somebody else could who normally sells to those types of people. So those might be better for me to sell on Etsy or on eBay or something like that. So it's not always just because you're new. It might just be because that's not your normal, what you normally sell and what you're known for. I don't mind people taking an idea and running with it, but don't take my project and say you made it. Exactly, Chaotic Crafter. Or if you're going to sell it, be like, hey, I bought this bag and I'm not using it, and so I'm going to sell it. This is a so-and-so bag and it was made by so-and-so. Here you go. Nobody's going to say a word about that. But when somebody says, hey, did you make that bag? And you're like, yeah, here's some bags that I made. Yeah, I'm concerned about that, not being completely knowledgeable about specific brands. Pamela, yeah, I can't tell you when I first started, like how much money, I don't want to say money that I lost, but like how many opportunities that I might have had to make a lot of money on some pieces that I didn't realize were really valuable. And I was just selling stuff for $2 and $3. And I was like, yeah, I made $250 in this show. And I probably sold some Alexander Henry for $2 and $3 and I probably didn't even realize it because I didn't know what Alexander Henry was. So, and trust me, it's called the curse of knowledge. The more you know about the fabric, the more regret you have when you sell fabric for less than what you think you should have got for it. So just be blissfully ignorant. If you made money on it, be happy. And that Alexander Henry piece that I sold for $5, I got it for $1. So I got it for $1 a yard. So I sold that half yard. I bought it for 50 cents and I sold it for $5. So I made, 10 times my money on it. Although, but knowing that how valuable it is, instead of being happy that I made 10 times my money on it, I was disappointed because I felt like I should have made $50 on it. So don't worry about what you don't know. Just know what you paid for it and try to get more for it and just try to get your profit off of it. Later on, as you know more, it actually will be a curse because there's some pieces I don't want to sell because I'm afraid they'll sell for less than what I hope. And then I'll be disappointed, even though I made a big profit off of it. So I hope that makes sense. I had my first show since the shipping change and I was out over $70, not liking what Whatnot did. It's all, you got to do the shipping settings the right way, WJN Designs. Yeah, go back on YouTube and watch this video again at like the second hour or so when I was talking about shipping settings. I talk all about that. And so you will have to come out of pocket, but you shouldn't be coming out $70. You should be coming out like $10 at the most. But yeah, I am coming out more money. I used to come out with zero. I think those days are over. I've learned so much about brands, etc., just by lurking in different seller sites, but I'm a bottom line girl. Well, there you go, Sue. Yeah. What, $70? Yeah, WJN said she's had to pay $70 in overages on shipping. So, yes, it's Cheap Girl Fabrics on YouTube. Just three words, Cheap Girl Fabrics. And so, yeah, go on YouTube and go to Cheap Girl Fabrics. And it's my YouTube channel. It's the same. You see the same little chicken on there or whatever. And just when you go there, make sure you hit the live tab. It'll say videos and whatever. If you don't hit the live tab, because these are live, even though they're recorded, there's a separate tab that's for live videos. If you don't click that, it'll just look like there's just a couple videos, like really old videos on there. So you have to hit the live videos on there, and it'll have recordings of these. There's a couple of them on there. Thank you so much for doing this. I've been thinking about selling, but have been talking myself out of it because I didn't feel like I know enough. Well, just remember this, Sumi, you don't need to know everything, and you won't. And you never will, because let me tell you, as soon as you think you know everything on Whatnot, freaking Whatnot changes it. I had shipping down to a science, and then they changed it, and I'm all up in the air about it now. I'm trying to do the best I can. I'm trying to teach people, but I can't teach people if I don't know myself. And so you just need to just know enough to like get in there and then learn. You'll learn yourself. You'll learn by doing. And so if you get into that cycle of, I just need to learn a little bit more. I just need to know a little bit more. I just need to make sure I know everything about it. You're not going to know everything about it. And that's okay. Just know enough to get started and then learn as you go. I've noticed a lot of sellers raising starting bids to offset extra shipping costs. That's interesting. I haven't really thought about it because I don't do a lot of shopping. Like I don't do a lot of buying, but I have raised the starting shipping, right? So what I'm going to stick to for now is it's going to be $6.75 for the first piece, and then it's going to be another $1 for the fourth piece, and then after that it's going to be free for the rest of the show. So, but if you want to come in and buy one piece of fabric for me, it's going to be $6.75 to ship it. And if that's too much because you only want to buy one or two pieces, I'm not saying I don't want you to buy from me if you only bought one or two pieces. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying if I had to choose to cater between the person who buys one piece or two pieces versus the person who buys 50 pieces, I'm going to set my shipping to cater to the one who buys 50 pieces, even if it means the one who buys one or two has to pay more than what they wanted to, because I can't get both. You cannot get both sides, both ends at the same time. You have to sacrifice one or the other. And I'd rather sacrifice and, I would rather, if you only want to buy one piece and $6.75 is too much, then maybe my show is not for you. But if you're planning on utilizing max shipping and you know that the first piece is $6.75 and the fourth piece is $1, and after that you can buy as much as you want to for free shipping, then come on in. Because if you're planning on buying 10 or 20 or 30 or pieces or more, then it doesn't matter when you pay the $7.75. You just know that you're going to pay it. So, But I don't do a lot of auctions though. I do my flash sale, and my prices are the same as they were before. The only thing that I've changed is my max shipping my max shipping is $7.75, where before it was $9.21. So the only thing I've done is reduce my max shipping, and that's it. There's been a lot of changes on the tail end coming out of my pocket, but for my customers, they have only saved money, and so hopefully that's good for them. So nice that there are sellers like you are willing to help newbies instead of not wanting to share the wealth. Well, you're going to find out if you sell on here long enough, you're going to find out. So, like, if somebody finds out some revelation that's going to help me, I would like for them to share it. And so I'm going to share the same thing. I'm not going to share every single one of my sources, but you know what? If it's just general knowledge that you can find out from here, there, or anywhere, then why not come here? Because first of all, I want to help people. But second of all, when you think about sending customers, if somebody doesn't, like, let's say you have a customer that says, hey, do you have any floral fabric? And you're like, I don't really have any purple floral fabric, but check Cheap Girl Fabrics because she might. So, if it helps you to send people my way when they don't have stuff that you don't have stuff that they're looking for, then that might help me in the long run. You know what I'm saying? So like everybody, if we all help each other, then we all elevate. If we all like gatekeep and keep each other down and be like, I'm not helping her because she's my competition or whatever, then none of us grow. We need to all have the collective knowledge of everything out there together so that we can all, because then it's not about what you know, it's about what are you willing to put into place. My husband's like, why do you tell everybody all of your secrets or whatever? Why do you tell everybody all this information you spend so much time coming up with and so much time like thinking of or whatever? And I'm like, because just because they know what to do doesn't mean they're going to do it. Like I can tell all of y'all how to do all this stuff, but if you're not willing to get out there and put the work in, you're not going to be my competition. I work 12 hours a day. So you could know everything that I know, but are you willing to work 12 hours a day to become my competition? Maybe. And if you are, we're probably not going to be competition. We're probably going to be friends. And then we're going to do raid trains together. Do you know what I mean? But if you're not willing to do the work that I do, then having the knowledge doesn't do you any good. So, it's not just knowledge. You got to put the knowledge into place. I had a couple shows, but was terrible at it. Well, FOMO, it's a skill that you have to pick up. All of us in the beginning, our shows are terrible. So it's just like you just got to do it more and more and more and more. If you really want to. If it's something that you're like, I just don't like it. Like I thought I was going to like it and I don't enjoy it and I just don't like it, then that might not be for you. It's not for everybody. I started off selling some toys. I was selling toys and I was doing decently at it. I could make $150, $200 in an hour or so of selling toys. And I made decent money for like a little tiny bit of toys, but it was not fun. The people who were coming into the toy shows were boring. They didn't want to talk and chat. It was a boring show. It was like pulling teeth trying to get people to tell us what they wanted. Like, it wasn't fun. So I just stopped doing it. And it was here on Whatnot. But like, it wasn't the same. So fabric selling is a lot different. It's fun. I like the people. It's exciting. It's funny. It's, so it could just be that not everything is for everybody. Can you please explain the difference in creating listings for inventory, buy it now, and auction? Can these listings be moved around? Yes, absolutely. So creating listings for inventory is what I do for everything. You don't have to create listings in their inventory. You can create listings inside of your show. But if you create a listing inside of your show, when the show is over, the listing is gone. It's like a temporary. You can go back and find it in the past show and you can clone it and all this other crap, but it's too much work, right? So for me, I create every listing in the inventory. And then you can do anything else with it, right? So here's some things you can do. Let's say you have one item in your inventory. You can have it in your shop. And all that means is that it's active and it's in your shop, and anybody who comes into your shop can see it at any time and buy it. You can also assign it to a show, which means not only can they buy it from your shop, but they can also buy it from your shop during the show. Those are two separate things. And then when the show is over, it's still in your shop. It's because you created it in the inventory. So the inventory is like the master inventory for your whole account. But from the inventory, you can pull it into a show. You can turn it into a flash sale. You can turn it into an auction. You can turn it into, well, it's not really turning it into buy it now because it's already buy it now. Does that make sense? So if you created an inventory, you can either create it as an auction, you can create it as a buy it now, you can create it as a flash sale. But if you create it as an auction, it has to be in a show somewhere. So hopefully that makes sense. I do all of my listings as buy it now in the inventory. When I have a show, I go to bulk editing and I assign every single one of them. I can do it on the phone too. I assign every one of them. I feature it. It's called feature it in the show. I'll show you how to do it. That means when the show is over. I didn't get that. Sorry. That means when the show is over, it still lives in the inventory. Okay, let me show you. Okay, so you go to your Seller Hub. You go over here to inventory, right? So look at here, this piece, vintage quilting cotton, blah, blah, blah. Do you see how it's assigned to this show right now? That means you can go into my shop right now during this show and you can find this item and you can buy it. It's a buy it now. I could also turn it into a flash sale. Hold on. I can also turn it into I can make it a flash sale. You can turn on flash sale, tell it how much percentage off, how long did it last, all this kind of stuff. I can also reserve it for the live. Reserving it for the live means that when the live is over, it is not in the shop anymore. It's in the inactive, right? So here's the other thing. These are the active items. They're for sale. They can be assigned to the show. I can also come back over here to manage and I can unfeature it from the show, right? I can deactivate it. Now, I still have it. Well, you probably can't see it now, but because there's 319 things that are inactive. When they're out of stock, they're inactive, but they're still there. So if I get more of it, I can just put the inventory back on and I can put it back over here and activate it and put it back into the active, and I can assign it to the show, or I can just have it in the shop, or I can run it as a flash sale. I can do all kinds of things with it from the inventory in the active. It's still in the inventory if it's inactive, so I don't have to redo the picture or any of that stuff. Hopefully that makes sense. So if you do create an item inside of a show, like say you go to the show and you create an item in there, okay, it looks exactly the same, but as soon as the show is over, it's gone. It's like a temporary. If you do it in the inventory, it's permanent. And you can either assign it to the show or take it out of the show or run it as a flash sale or run it as an auction, etc. Hopefully that makes sense. It took me a long time to figure all of that out because I was so confused about what's the difference between having it in a show and not having it in a show. When is it available in the shop and when is it not? So you cannot combine the buyer's package after the show. So you can only combine what they buy in the show and then separate from what they buy outside of the show. It is a separate purchase for them, unfortunately. I wish that they could do it that way, but they don't allow that. I have done 4 shows, and 3 out of the 4 shows did not go well. I'm not giving up, but feel like a failure. So, Lula May, let me ask you this. The one that went well, was it the first one? Like the very first one? And if so, it's because Whatnot, I don't know how they do it, but they like pump you up for the first show. And they send a whole bunch of people your way. I don't know exactly how it works, but I've heard that they really, really do heavily promote your first show. So you kind of get hooked on it and you're like, yeah. And then after that, You're kind of on your own. And so then you just sort of have to, you just have to work on it. The majority of sellers in the fabric community on Whatnot are so kind and helpful. I agree. I was wishing someone would explain behind the scenes, and poof, here you are. People are always surprised when we recommend another quilt shop. Isn't that your competition? Yes, but no. It would be if, like, I had everything on the planet and everybody else had everything on the planet, but there is no way that I can carry all the fabrics. So if there's something that I don't have, then, you know, if somebody's looking for Tula Pink, I send them to my sister. You know what I mean? So, kind of competition, but not really, because there's a lot of fabric out there that can be purchased at lots of different price points. And people buy from more. Just because somebody buys from me doesn't mean they're not going to buy from you. A lot of fabric buyers buy from a lot of people. So you have not done a flash sale before, and you don't have to. It's okay. Flash sales, not everybody does flash sales. As a matter of fact, not a whole lot of people do flash sales, but I have double, triple, quadruple down on flash sales. So that's almost all I do. I thought everybody was going to do it. After I started doing it, I was like, this is the way everybody's going to start doing it. And not as many people. But why do I do more flash sales than auctions? Good question. Because a lot of the people don't like the anxiety and the like the competition of the auctions. They like going in there and trying to bid, and then they get overbid on everything. They're like, God, I keep getting outbid on everything. I keep getting outbid on everything. And they see all this stuff that they want, but they don't want to really overspend. So they have a certain budget. So a flash sale, you don't have to worry about it. You get it for the price that's listed, as long as you get it before it sells out or before the time runs out. So the people who come to my flash sales can buy anything they want, as much as they want. They can buy a whole lot of stuff in an hour or two. They can buy everything in an hour or two if they want, and they know exactly what they're going to get. And they don't have to worry about being outbid. They just have to worry about swiping before the time runs out or swiping before the fabric sells out. So, and also, yeah, I don't get the bidding wars. So like maybe I don't get as much price per item from the auctions, but let's say I have 5 yards of fabric. So that's 10 half yards. I sell everything by the half yard. If it's really, really good stuff and I sell it in 20 seconds, I put it on for 20 seconds. If it's really good stuff, and it has happened before, I can sell all 5 yards of it in 20 seconds. Because it's like ching, 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 sold out. So, and if I sell 10 half yards at $5 a half yard, then I just made $50 in 20 seconds. So maybe my profit margin wasn't as high, but my overall sales was a lot higher. Does that make sense? So I'm the volume seller. I want to sell a lot in a small amount of time. I'm sacrificing my profit margin for volume sales. So where I was doing auction shows for 5 hours and making $600, now I do flash sale shows for 3 hours and make $1,200. Or some, like, not very often, but a couple times I've made $1,700, $1,800, $1,900. One time I made $2,000 in a 3-hour flash sale show. That's not normal, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't make that in an auction show because you can only sell one thing at a time in an auction. You can sell multiple things at a time in flash sales. You can sell as much as you can load up in flash sales. And so hopefully that makes sense. It's for people who have, like, I buy in bulk, right? I buy bolts of fabric. So if I have a bolt of fabric, I'm not going to, some people in auctions, they're like, I have 5 yards of this. I'm going to run the first yard now. And it's 10 seconds. And then they're like, okay, I'm going to run a second one, another 10 seconds. All right, I'm going to run the third one. And you have to run them one at a time. And yeah, people are bidding, but there's no bidding wars, because why would I get in a bidding war on fabric yard number 1 when I know she's got a second one and a third one and a fourth one? So you're not getting the bidding wars anyway. And so why not just set it at a price you're willing to sell it for and be like, I got 5 yards. The first 5 people who swipe can get it. Shoom, 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 shoom. Done. Sold all of them in 10 seconds or 20 or whatever. I have to keep doing it because I have too much stuff. Yeah. So it's not really good for one-offs. If you have like a lot of half yards or single pieces or whatever, it's not good for that. But it's good for quantities of the same thing. So bolts of fabric. How many seconds for flash sale? I run them for 20. I used to run them for 30. Now I run them for 20. And then sometimes if people are buying a whole bunch of pieces, they don't have enough time. Like if they want 6 pieces, they're swiping and swiping. They want 6 half yards, which is 3 yards. They're swiping and they run out of time. They're like, hey, can you run it again? And I'm like, okay. And they just keep swiping. And so until it runs out of time. But I do them for 20 seconds. But that seems to be the good. It kind of moves it forward. I have scheduled a show for handmade items, but I'm really confused about setting up the specifics on the profiles. Yeah, handmade items. Are you making them already? Like, are you pre-making them? Because you have to be able to ship them within 2 days after making them. So I covered shipping profiles earlier. So Meow Jaden, I would go to the YouTube channel after this show and go and watch it on the live and see what I said about the shipping profiles. Because we went over it in depth. I did do there's a lot of helpful information in that. I buy from a lot of different people, right? Fabric-holic here, but making it like a crazy woman. There you go. We try to have fun shows. We try to keep it, fun and entertaining. How can you buy more at 1X with a flash sale using a custom button? How can I buy more? Oh, how can you buy more? Okay, so you can one of two things. So I sell by the half yard, right? So let's say, like I said, I have 5 yards of something. That's 10 half yards. So I'm like, I have 10 half yards available. So you got 2 choices. You can swipe for a half yard, swipe again for another half yard, swipe again. You're swiping every time for a half yard. Or when I turn it on, there's a little button at the bottom that says checkout. And it'll say, how many half yards do you want? You can say, I want 4 half yards, which is 2 yards. You can just do the drop down and click on the multiple, and it will just check you out for that amount at one time. So there's 2 different ways of doing it. With the flash sale, you have to preload them though. Yes, I have to preload them. I have to take pictures, do descriptions, put the pricing. I do it every day. I do about 50 to 70. I do about 60 listings every night. And then we sell them. And then the next day I do more. So I do listings every day. So that is also a downfall of that. I think that's probably why it has not picked up. Because people are like, screw that. I just want to do random pulls. I just want to pull this stack of fabric and just sell it all. And I get that. You might not want to pre-list and do pictures and descriptions and all that. But I'm so used to it on my phone. I'm in the bed at night and I'm just like, blah, 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 blah. I do all the pictures. I take all the pictures of all the fabrics, and then I just load it up from my pictures on the phone at night, and I just go for it. And so on the flash sale, you put it in the buy it now, and then you click on the little button that says flash sale. So again, go to the YouTube and you'll be able to see all of that stuff. How do you set up your shows? Do you have a theme or certain sizes? So when I set up my shows, they're always the same. They're flash sale. So I just do, this is what I do. I set them up the same time every day. So 9 a.m. Eastern, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Consistency. They go for about 3 to 3.5 hours. So people always know that in the morning, Cheap Girl Fabrics is having her flash sales, and they're there. So the YouTube is the same name, Cheap Girl Fabrics. I think there's spaces between the thing, but you should be able to find it. Yeah, go subscribe, because I'm trying to get to my 1,000, and I'm trying to get monetized over there. I'm at like 530 something. So I'm over halfway to my subscribers. And so do me a favor. It won't cost you anything. If you go over there and subscribe. There's no spaces. Okay, cool. Got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. That really does help. All right. So I've been on here for 4 hours. It's time for me to go. I got to clean. You know why I've been wasting time on here? Because I got to go clean a toilet when I'm done with this, and I don't want to. So I would rather just talk to you guys than clean a toilet, but I got to go clean the toilet. So, and I got to go set up some, I have 2 new workers starting tomorrow. That's their first day. One's coming at 8 and one's coming at 12:30. And so, I have to get their tax paperwork ready, and we got to get ready to train them tomorrow. And so it's going to be a busy day, but we have our 1 o'clock show tomorrow, our 111. So at 1 o'clock Eastern, $1 starts for 1 hour. So we'll have that, and we already have it all set up and ready to go. And those are auctions, not flash sales. And so bookmark those. And then on Tuesday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we have our 9 o'clock a.m. flash sales. If you want to see how flash sales go, you can come to those shows. They're all flash sales, all the whole day, the whole morning. And yes, and if you're wondering about whatnot, about Nightbot, in the show notes, I don't know which direction, one of these directions, the little thing that says show notes, click on there, and there is an affiliate link, and it will get you 7 free days and 20% off of your first month. And it will get you, it will get you access to me if you have questions. Say, hey, I signed up with your affiliate link. Help me get this thing set up. Tell me whatever. So absolutely. Thank you so much. I see a crown coming up on the screen. So there's some crown people that are in there giving me a lot of love, sending whatnot. Like, oh, you heated up the show. Is that what happens when you hit it 50 times? You heat up the show? That's how it works. I learned something new today. I'm going to try that next time. 50 times heats up the show. Okay. Yep, I'm trying it. Okay, guys, I got to go clean this toilet. Anybody else want to come and clean the toilet with me? I don't want to do it. I really just would rather pay somebody to do it, but nobody even wants to do it for money. So I guess I got to go do it. I got these new workers coming in, and they cannot sit on that toilet in there. They would be like, I'd rather go outside in the woods and pee. So I know, clean out cat boxes. Ugh. All right. And we have well water. So like our toilets are stained orange, and like, so even if it's clean, it still looks dirty. So it's kind of like, you can't even tell when it's done. Anyway, it is what it is. All right, guys, let's go raid into somebody. All right. If you've missed all the details, just go over to YouTube, subscribe, watch the live. You can see all the details. If you have questions, just message me. Message me on YouTube or message me here on Whatnot, and I will try my best to help you. And we'll be back here probably. I try to do these every two to 3 weeks on Sundays usually. So thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate all of you. And let's go raid into somebody. Oh, Timber Hill Sew Shop. She was just in here earlier. So we're gonna go pay it back to her. And we're gonna go into her show. When you go over there, remember you're cheap chicks. So put chicks in the chat when we get over there. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye.